Beacon. I've always prided myself on being prepared. Boy Scout training, wilderness survival courses, top-of-the-line gear. I thought I had all the bases covered. Turns out, Mother Nature doesn't give a damn about your merit badges or your REI membership. It was supposed to be a simple day hike in the Adirondacks. 6 hours tops. I'd done it a dozen times before, but I guess there's always a first time for everything, including getting hopelessly, terrifyingly lost. It started with a wrong turn, or maybe I misread my map. Either way, by mid-afternoon, I knew I was in trouble. The familiar trails had given way to unmarked wilderness, and the sky was darkening with ominous storm clouds. I tried retracing my steps, but in the dense forest, everything looked the same. As the first raindrops fell, panic started to set in. I fumbled for my phone, but out here it was nothing more than a fancy paperweight, maybe a flashlight. No signal at all. The rain turned into a downpour, and darkness fell faster than it had any right to. I found some shelter under a rocky overhang, and I tried to think. I had food and water. I had warm clothes. I could survive the night. But the thought of spending hours in the pitch-black forest, alone and lost, made my stomach churn. That's when I saw the first light. At first I thought it was a flashlight. Another hiker, maybe, or a search party. I shouted, my voice hoarse with relief, but there was no response. The light flickered, a pale blue glow bobbing between the trees. It seemed to be moving away from me. Without thinking, I followed. "Hey," I called out. "Wait, I need help." But the light kept moving, weaving through the trees with an unnatural grace. It was joined by another, then another. Soon, a string of ghostly lights danced before me, leading deeper into the forest. Part of me knew this wasn't right. Lights in the woods at night? Moving like that? Every campfire story I had ever heard screamed at me to turn back. But where else could I go? At least the lights were leading me somewhere. I stumbled after them, slipping on wet leaves and tripping over hidden roots. The rain had soaked me to the bone, but I barely noticed. All my focus was on those mesmerizing lights. They moved faster now, and I struggled to keep up. My breath came in ragged gasps, my legs burning with exertion, but I couldn't lose sight of them. They were my only hope. Suddenly, the lights winked out. I skidded to a halt, my heart pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, please come back." For a moment, all was darkness. Then, slowly, a soft glow began to spread around me. It wasn't coming from any one source, but seemed to emanate from the forest itself. The trees, the ground, even the air, shimmered with a faint, strange light. And in that light, I saw them. They weren't much taller than me, but their proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long and thin, heads too large and oddly shaped. Their skin, if you could call it that, rippled with the same pale light that filled the clearing. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I was frozen in place, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. One of them stepped forward. Its face was featureless, save for two large almond-shaped eyes that seemed to swirl with starlight. A voice echoed in my head, though the creature's face didn't move. "You followed." I managed to find my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. I'm lost. I need help. The being tilted its head, an oddly human gesture. Many become lost in these woods. Few find their way to us. What are you? I said. A ripple passed through the group, almost like laughter. We are the forgotten, the in-between. Neither here nor there, but everywhere. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. Are you aliens? Another ripple, stronger this time. We have been here longer than your kind has walked upright. We have watched your cities rise and fall, your empires crumble to dust. We are of this earth and yet apart from it. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry despite the rain. Can you help me? Can you show me the way back? The being's eyes seemed to grow brighter. We can show you many ways, ways you've never dreamed of. Paths between worlds, shortcuts through time and space. A thrill of excitement cut through my fear. You mean you could take me anywhere? Anytime? For a price, the voice in my head whispered. I hesitated. Every story I'd ever read warned about making deals with mysterious beings, but then again, how many people ever got an opportunity like this? What kind of price? I asked. The being stretched out a hand, long fingers glowing softly. A memory, a moment of your life, given to us freely. We collect them, you see, experiences, emotions, fragments of human existence. I thought about it. Just one memory? Seemed like a small price to pay for what? Adventure, knowledge, a way home, all of the above? Any memory? I asked. The being nodded. Your choice, but choose wisely. The more precious the memory, the farther we can take you. I closed my eyes, thinking back over my life. What could I give up? What would I be willing to lose? And then I knew. I opened my eyes, meeting the star-filled gaze of the being. My 10th birthday, I said, the last one before my dad left. It was a good day. A warmth seemed to emanate from the creature. A cherished memory. Are you certain? I nodded, pushing away the pang of loss I already felt. I'm sure. The being's hand touched my forehead, cool and tingly. For a moment, I was back there. The cake, the presents, the laughter, and then nothing. A blank spot where the memory used to be. Even now, telling the story, I know I had a 10th birthday. I know what numbers are, and I know it was the one before my dad left. And I remember that it was good, because that's how I described it. But the memory itself is gone. When I lowered my hand, the clearing had changed. The rain had stopped, and the first light of dawn was peeking through the trees. But these weren't the same trees. The air smelled different, saltier somehow. Where are we? I asked. The being gestured to a gap in the trees. See for yourself. I stepped forward on shaky legs. As I emerged from the forest, I gasped. Before me stretched a vast ocean, waves crashing against rocky cliffs. And there, silhouetted against the rising sun, stood a circle of massive stone monoliths. Stonehenge, I breathed. But how? A small step for us, the being said. "A giant leap for you." I turned back, 1,000 questions on my lips, but the being raised a hand. "We must return you. You cannot be seen." In another moment, I was back in the clearing. I looked toward where I had just seen Stonehenge and found only trees. When I turned back to ask the first of those 1,000 questions I had, the beings were gone. I thought at first it had to be some kind of hallucination, brought on by stress or dehydration. But I knew it was real, because I felt the gap in my memory where my 10th birthday should have been. I tried to grasp for things that weren't there anymore, but before I was sure were always present. In the place of the memory, though, I had a weird sort of knowledge. I wasn't lost anymore. I knew exactly how to get out of the woods, even though I still had no conscious idea of where I was. The walk back to the woods I knew was almost on autopilot. My mind was reeling. What had I just seen? What had I just experienced? I got back home, safely, obviously, but I've never quite been the same since. I try not to let it consume me. I don't think that's healthy. But it's hard not to dwell on something so incredible. You can believe me or not. If you don't, I can't really blame you. I know how it sounds. But something very real happened to me out there. And I'm not sure I'll ever be able to go back to before. Connected. I've been a forest ranger at Pisgah National Forest for going on 15 years now, and I thought I'd seen it all. Wildflowers that bloom only at night, albino squirrels, even the occasional bear that's too smart for its own good. But what I encountered last month, that takes the cake. It was a Tuesday, I remember that clearly. I was doing my usual rounds, checking on some of the more remote areas of the forest. We'd had some issues with illegal campers leaving trash behind, so I was keeping an eye out for any signs of human activity where there shouldn't be. The day was warm, but not too hot. One of those perfect early fall days where the leaves are just starting to think about changing color. I'd been hiking for about 4 hours when I came across a grove I didn't recognize. Now that might sound strange. How could I not recognize part of the forest I've worked in for over a decade? But Pisgah is big, almost 170,000 acres, and while I knew it better than most, there are still pockets that can surprise you. This grove was different. The trees were old, that much was clear. Massive trunks that would take 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around. But it wasn't just their size that caught my attention. There was something about the way they were arranged, almost like they were huddled together. I approached slowly, my ranger instincts kicking in. As I got closer, I noticed the air felt different, thicker somehow, like the humidity had suddenly spiked. There was a smell, too, not unpleasant, but strong, like damp earth and something else I couldn't quite place. That's when I heard it. At first I thought it was just the wind through the leaves, but there was no breeze. It was a low humming sound, almost below the threshold of human hearing. I felt it more than I heard it, really, a vibration in my chest. I put my hand on the nearest tree trunk, thinking maybe it was some kind of insect activity inside the wood. The moment my skin touched the bark, the humming stopped. For a second, everything was dead silent. No birds, no bugs, nothing. Just me and these trees. Then it started again. But it was different this time. It was like... Well, the closest thing I can compare it to is those videos where they speed up plant growth. You know, the ones where you see a seed pushing up through the soil and unfurl its leaves in a matter of seconds. Time lapses. Yeah, those. All around me, I could hear creaking and groaning. Not loud, but constant. I looked down and saw roots shifting under the forest floor, raising little mounds of earth as they moved. I'll admit it, I panicked a bit. I pulled my hand away from the tree and took a step back. As soon as I broke contact, everything went still again. I stood there for I don't know how long, my heart pounding in my ears. Part of me wanted to turn tail and run, to get as far away from this place as I could. But the ranger in me, the part that spent a lifetime learning about and protecting this forest, that part was fascinated. Slowly, cautiously, I reached out and touched the tree again. This time, I was ready for it. The humming came back, softer now. The creaking and shifting started up too, but gentler. It was like the forest had realized I was there and was trying not to scare me off. As I stood there, hand on the rough bark, the strangest feeling came over me. It was like I could feel the tree's life, its slow, patient growth, the way its roots reached deep into the earth, how its branches stretched toward the sky. But it wasn't just this one tree. Somehow I could sense the others too. They were all connected, a vast network spreading out through the grove and beyond, and they were communicating. Not with words, nothing so simple as that. It was more like feelings, impressions, a slow exchange of information that had been going on for centuries. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped into this arboreal network. Could it have been minutes? Could it have been hours? I don't know. I was lost in it, though, experiencing the forest in a way that I never had before. A sharp crack snapped me out of it. When I opened my eyes, when had I closed them? I saw a deer standing at the edge of the grove, watching me curiously. When it saw me looking, it bolted, white tail flashing as it disappeared into the underbrush. I pulled my hand away from the tree, half expecting something dramatic to happen, but there was nothing. The grove looked exactly the same as when I'd first stumbled upon it, but I knew it wasn't the same. Or rather, I wasn't the same. I looked at my watch and was shocked to see that nearly 3 hours had passed. The sun was starting to dip low in the sky, painting the leaves with golden light. I needed to start heading back. As I turned to go, I felt a tug. Not physical, but mental, like the trees were asking me to stay. I smiled and patted the nearest trunk. "I'll be back," I said out loud, feeling only a little foolish for talking to a tree. "I promise." I made my way back to the ranger station in a daze. My colleague Sarah took one look at me and asked if I was feeling all right. "Yeah," I said. "Just had an interesting day." I thought about telling her what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. How could I describe it? How could I make her understand what I'd experienced? In the end, I just said that I'd found a new grove that needed to be mapped. She nodded and went back to her paperwork, completely unaware that my entire world had just shifted on its axis. I've been back to the grove several times since then. Sometimes I can tap into that network, feel the slow pulse of communication between the trees. Other times, it's just a normal stand of old-growth forest. But I know what's there now. I've felt it. And it's changed the way I look at my job, at the forest, at the whole world, really. There are those who say that forests are the lungs of the world. After what I experienced, I'd say they're more like the brain, a vast, ancient, interconnected mind that we're only just beginning to understand. And sometimes, if you're very lucky and very quiet, you might just get to listen in on their conversations. Hunger. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. Around it, our small group huddled close, more for comfort than warmth. It was July in the Boundary Waters, but tonight, a chill hung in the air that had nothing to do with the temperature. Old Joe cleared his throat, his weathered hands clasping a tin mug of coffee that had long since gone cold. His eyes, rheumy with age but still sharp, scanned our faces before settling on mine. "You asked about the strangest thing I've seen out here," he said, his voice gravelly from years of smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. "You sure you want to know?" I nodded, trying to hide my excitement. Joe was a legend among us guides, been trapping and fishing these waters for nigh on 60 years. If anyone had stories to tell, it was him. He sighed, set down his mug, and leaned forward. The firelight cast deep shadows across his face, making him look older than his 70-odd years. "'Twas a winter of '69, he began. "Coldest damn winter I can remember. The kind of cold that freezes the air in your lungs and makes the trees crack like gunshots in the night." I settled in, knowing we were in for a long one. Joe's stories were never short, but they were always worth the listen. I was just a kid then, 22 and full of piss and vinegar. I thought I knew everything there was to know about these woods. Boy, was I wrong. He paused, his gaze distant, lost in memory. I'd set up my trap line about 20 miles north of here, way out in the back country. No roads, no trails, just wilderness as far as the eye could see. I'd been out there for about a week, checking my traps when a blizzard hit. Joe shook his head. "Never seen nothing like that. Snow was falling so thick and fast couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I knew I had to find shelter, and fast, or I'd be dead afore morning." I leaned in, caught up in the story despite myself. Around the fire, the others were just as enthralled. I managed to make it to an old trapper's cabin I knew of. Hadn't been used in years, but it was still standing. Got a fire going in the rusty old stove, and settled in to wait out the storm. Joe paused again, reaching for his mug. His hand was shaking slightly as he took a sip. "Everything was going all right, till I heard it. First, I thought it was just the wind, but when it came again, a sound like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was a scream, but not human, not animal neither. It was hunger. Pure, ravenous hunger given a voice." A shiver ran down my spine. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a storm playing tricks. But that's when I saw it. Joe's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. We all leaned in, straining to hear. "Through the cabin's one grimy window, I saw a shape moving out there in the blizzard. Tall, Christ, it must have been 9-10 feet high, thin as a rake, but moving in a way that wasn't right, like its joints were all wrong." He swallowed hard. "And its face. God help me, its face. Just empty white eyes, and a mouthful of teeth like icicles." One of the younger guides scoffed. "Come on, Joe, you expect us to believe you saw a Wendigo?" Joe's eyes snapped to the kid, suddenly sharp as flint. "Believe what you want, boy, I'm just telling you what I saw." He turned back to the fire, his voice low and intense. "It came closer to the cabin, moving in fits and starts. I could hear it sniffing, searching, hunting. I knew deep in my bones that if it found me, I was dead. Worse than dead." Joe's hands were shaking in earnest now. I had a feeling he was not putting this on for effect. I doused the fire, tried to make myself as small and quiet as possible. But it knew I was there. It started circling the cabin, scraping at the walls with claws that sounded like knives on wood. He closed his eyes, lost in the memory. Went on for hours. Sometimes it'd go quiet, and I'd think maybe it had gone, but then I'd hear it again. That awful screaming hunger right outside the walls. Joe opened his eyes, looking at each of us in turn. You've got to understand, I wasn't some greenhorn. I'd faced down wolves, bears, even a mountain lion a couple times, but this? No, this was different. It was evil, pure and simple. He took another sip of his coffee, grimacing at the cold liquid. As the night wore on, it got bolder, started throwing itself against the walls, trying to break in. The whole cabin shook. I was sure the roof would cave in at any moment. Joe's voice had taken on a distant quality, like he was reliving it all over again. I don't know how long it went on. Felt like days. I was starting to think I'd gone mad. Maybe I'd died out there in that storm and this was my hell. He shook his head, coming back to the present. But then, just as sudden as it started, it stopped. Storm broke, and with it, that thing disappeared. Joe fell silent, staring into the fire. We all sat there, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for him to continue. Finally, one of the other guides spoke up. What happened then, Joe? He looked up, seeming surprised to see us all there. What happened? I got the hell out of there, that's what happened. Packed up my gear, didn't stop moving till I hit civilization. Told myself it was just exhaustion. Cold playing tricks on my mind. Joe sighed suddenly, looking every one of his ears. But I knew. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Took me years before I could come back to these woods. And even now, all these years later, I still hear that scream sometimes in my dreams. He leaned back, his piece said. The silence stretched, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant call of a loon. Finally, I couldn't help myself. Do you think it's still out there? Joe looked at me, his eyes unreadable in the flickering light. These woods are old, kid. Older than any of us can imagine. They've got secrets we can't begin to understand. All's I know, there's some parts of this wilderness I won't go into. Not for any amount of money. He stood up slowly. Y'all best get some sleep. Long day of guiding tomorrow. As he shuffled off to his tent, the spell broke. The other guides started talking amongst themselves, nervous laughter punctuating their conversation, as they tried to shake off the chill of old Joe's story. But I sat there, staring into the dying embers of the fire. I thought about the vast wilderness around us, the dark spaces between trees where anything could be hiding. And I wondered, not for the first time, if maybe there were things out there that defied explanation. Things that lived in the shadows, feeding on fear and desperation. I shook my head, trying to clear it of such thoughts. It was just a story, after all, the kind of tale old-timers loved to tell to spook the youngsters. But as I finally crawled into my tent that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the darkness beyond our little circle of light. And in the wind that came through the pines, I could almost hear the echo of a scream, a sound of hunger that would never be satisfied. Imaginary. This whole thing started when my 7-year-old niece, Lily, came to stay with me for the summer. I'd rarely gotten to spend a lot of time with her, so I was really excited to create a bonding experience. I've always been into the outdoors and she loves being outside, so naturally, I figured a camping trip would be a great way to get to know her better, create some great memories, and just have an awesome time. Plus, kids are so connected these days with devices and whatnot, and let's face it, so are we adults, that I thought getting away for a while could do us both good. I had no idea, though, just how away things were about to get. We packed up my old Subaru and headed out to Glacier National Park. It's a place I've been to dozens of times, but seeing Lily's eyes light up as we drove past those snow-capped peaks made it feel brand new. The first couple of days were pretty standard camping fare. We hiked, we roasted marshmallows, and I taught Lily how to skip stones across the lake. She was having a blast, but I noticed she kept talking to someone who wasn't there. She called it Whisper. "Hey, Lily, who's Whisper?" I asked her one evening as we sat by the campfire. Lily looked up from her hot dog, her face serious. "He's my friend. He lives in the woods." I nodded, playing along. "Oh yeah? What's he like?" "Oh, he's tall and his skin looks like tree bark. He doesn't talk much, but he's really nice." I chuckled. Kids and their imaginations, right? On the third day, we decided to hike up to a waterfall that I knew all about. It was a bit of a trek, but I figured Lily could handle it. As we walked, she kept stopping to talk to thin air. "Lily, honey, we need to keep moving if we want to reach the waterfall before lunch," I said, trying not to sound impatient. She looked at me, confused. "But Uncle Jack, Whisper says there's a better way. He knows a secret path." I sighed. "Lily, we need to stick to the trail. It's not safe to wander off." She pouted but followed along. I made a mental note to talk to her parents about this Whisper character when we got back. Maybe she needed someone to talk to about the divorce. We reached the waterfall without incident, and I have to admit it was pretty spectacular. Lily was entranced, watching the water thunder down the rocks. I was setting up our picnic when I heard her shout, "Whisper, no! You're not supposed to show yourself to grown-ups!" I turned, expecting to see her talking to the air again. What I saw instead nearly gave me a heart attack. Standing next to Lily, with one long, gnarled hand on her shoulder, was something. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with limbs like tree branches and skin that looked like rough bark. Its face, if you could call it that, was a hollow in the trunk with 2 glowing points of light for eyes. I froze. Lily looked from the creature to me, her face a mix of excitement and worry. "Uncle Jack, this is Whisper. I told him not to come out, but he wanted to meet you." My mind was reeling. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating or dreaming or something. But as I watched, the creature, Whisper, moved. It was fluid, like a tree swaying in the wind, but unmistakably deliberate. I found my voice, though it came out as a croak. "Lily, come here. Right now." She frowned. "It's okay, Uncle Jack. Whisper's my friend. He won't hurt us." The creature tilted its head, those pinpricks of light focusing in on me. Then, slowly, it raised its free hand in what I realized was a wave. I didn't know whether to wave back, run, or faint. I compromised by taking a shaky step forward. "Lily, please come here." She looked up at Whisper, then back at me. "It's okay," she said again, but this time she was talking to the creature. "Uncle Jack's nice, he just doesn't understand yet." Whisper nodded, actually nodded, and gently nudged Lily toward me. She walked over and took my hand. I pulled her close, my eyes never leaving this creature. What is he? I managed to ask. Lily shrugged. I don't know, he's a forest spirit. He protects the trees and animals. He says not many people can see him anymore, though. As if to demonstrate, a squirrel scampered up to Whisper and climbed onto his shoulder. The creature reached up and gently stroked its head. I felt like I was losing my mind. I mean, what in the I Am Groot was going on here? But the longer I looked at Whisper, the less terrifying he seemed. There was a gentleness to him, a quiet wisdom in those weird glowing eyes. He's real, I said, more to myself than to Lily. She grinned. I told you. Whisper took a step toward us and I tensed, but he simply bent down and picked up a fallen leaf. With movements almost too quick to follow, he folded and twisted it, and when he held it out to me, it had become a perfectly crafted leaf boat. My hand shook as I reached out to take it. The leaf felt cool and slightly damp, undeniably real. Thank you, I said, surprised to find that I meant it. Whisper nodded again, then looked at Lily. She cocked her head as if listening, then turned to me. He says he has to go now. People aren't supposed to see him for too long, but he wanted you to know he's real so you wouldn't worry about me talking to him. I nodded dumbly. What else could I do? Whisper raised his hand in another wave, then simply faded. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, leaving nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. Lily squeezed my hand. Are you okay, Uncle Jack? I looked down at her and then at the leaf boat in my hand. I'm not sure, kiddo. That was, pretty cool, right? She grinned. I couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, pretty cool, I guess. But, hey, maybe we keep this between us, okay? I don't think your parents would understand. She nodded solemnly. Whisper said the same thing. He says most grown-ups forget how to see. As we packed up our picnic and headed back down the trail, I found myself looking at the forest with new eyes. What else was out there that I had forgotten how to see? Moonspeak. I've always been a bit of a loner, which is why I love solo camping trips. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that recharges my batteries like nothing else. But after what happened on my last trip to the Ozarks, I'm not sure I'll ever feel the same about being alone in the woods again. It was early October and the weather was perfect for camping, crisp and cool, with just enough bite in the air to make a campfire feel heavenly. I had hiked deep into the Mark Twain National Forest, far from any established campgrounds. As the sun began to set, I found a small clearing near a babbling creek and set up my tent. The first couple of days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, reading, and simply soaking in the solitude. The forest was alive with autumn colors, maples flaming red, oaks in burnished gold, and the occasional flash of a cardinal winging through the canopy. At night, I'd sit by my small fire, listening to the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the gentle hooting of owls. But on the third night, things took a turn that I still can't fully explain. I may never be able to. I had just finished my dinner of dehydrated stroganoff when I noticed how bright it was getting. Peering through the canopy of oak and hickory trees, I saw the full moon rising, so luminous it was almost like daylight. I doused my campfire, grabbed a thermos of tea, and decided to do a bit of stargazing before turning in. As I settled onto a fallen log, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs fell silent, and even the creek seemed to quiet its burbling. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct feeling of being watched. That's when I heard it, a wolf's howl, low and mournful, echoing through the trees. Now, I knew there were wolves in Missouri, but they're incredibly rare and usually stay far from humans. This one sounded close, too close. I was about to retreat to my tent when the howl came again, and this time I froze in place, because mixed in with that animal sound, I could have sworn I heard words. Help me. My heart began to race. It had been my imagination, right? Maybe the wind was playing tricks, or my mind was trying to make sense of an unfamiliar sound. I strained my ears, waiting. The third howl removed all doubt. It was definitely a wolf's cry, but layered within it, as clear as day, was a human voice. Please, help. I stood up, my legs shaking. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast darkness. Is someone there? Silence fell again, heavy and oppressive. Then came a rustling from the underbrush about 50 yards away. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on just in time to catch a glimpse of something large moving through the shadows. It was roughly the size and shape of a wolf, but something was off. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as if it wasn't quite used to its own body. As my light fell upon it, the creature turned its head toward me. For as long as I live, I will never forget those eyes. They were unmistakably human, filled with intelligence, and, most disturbingly, a profound sadness. They locked onto mine for just a moment before the creature darted away. I couldn't catch my breath for a few seconds, and I was shaking like a leaf. I knew I had just encountered something, but what? For the rest of the night, I huddled in my tent, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. The howls continued, sometimes near, sometimes far, always with that haunting undercurrent of human speech. I caught words and phrases. Trapped. Save us. Each one sending a fresh wave of goosebumps across my skin. As the first rays of dawn broke through the trees, the howls finally ceased. I broke camp in record time, my hands shaking so badly I could barely roll up my sleeping bag. As I hurried down the trail, my mind raced with questions. What had I seen? What had I heard? Was it some elaborate prank, or had I stumbled upon something truly supernatural? The hike back to my car was a blur. Every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes, and every breeze through the leaves sounded like whispered words. When I finally reached the trailhead, I nearly wept with relief at the sight of my old beat-up Subaru. I've spent countless hours since then, researching local legends and myths. I have found whispers of tales, stories of shamans who could take the form of wolves, of cursed individuals trapped between human and animal. The Ozarks are steeped in folklore, with tales of shapeshifters and spirit animals passed down through generations of native tribes and settlers alike. One story in particular keeps coming back to me. An old Cherokee legend speaks of a clan of warriors who could take on the form of wolves to protect their people. But the legend warns that those who stay too long in wolf form risk losing their humanity, becoming trapped between worlds. Could that be what I encountered? A being caught between human and wolf crying out for help? Or was it something else entirely? Something beyond my comprehension? I've thought about reporting it to the authorities or to some paranormal research group, but I'm not sure even they would believe me. Most days, I'm not even sure I believe myself. But then night falls, and I hear a distant howl, and I find myself straining to hear words in its cry. That trip changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I used to seek out solitude, embracing the peace of wild places. Now I find myself wondering about the thin veil between our world and others we can't comprehend. What other secrets do the forests hold? What other voices might be crying out, just beyond the edge of our understanding? I still camp, occasionally, but never alone, and never during a full moon. And whenever I hear a wolf's howl, echoing in the distance, a part of me always listens for words, for that plea for help that I was unable, or unwilling, to answer on that fateful night. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm back in those woods. But in the dreams, I'm braver. I follow the howls, pushing through the underbrush until I come face to face with the wolf that isn't quite a wolf. In these dreams, I reach out, trying to help, to understand, but just as my fingers brush its fur, I always wake up, heart pounding, sheets tangled around me. I've tried to convince myself that it was all just a hallucination, a trick of the light and the loneliness playing on an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know what I saw, what I heard, and I can't help but wonder, if I had stayed, if I had been braver, could I have helped? Could I have solved the mystery of the moon's beak? There are nights when the moon is full and bright, and I find myself drawn to the window, staring out at the tree line. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a pair of all too human eyes staring back at me from the shadows. In those moments, I feel the pull of the forest, the weight of an unanswered call for help. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened that night in the Ozarks. Honestly, that might be for the best. All I know for sure is that, for me, everything has changed. The Shadowed Corner by Jamie P. I've always been a bit of a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts or things that go bump in the night. But that was before what happened in my basement. Now, I'm not so sure. It started on a rainy Saturday evening, the kind of day where you don't really feel like going anywhere. So, I decided to stay in, get some chores done around the house. I was in the middle of cleaning out the basement, sorting through old boxes of stuff that I'd been meaning to get rid of for years. I don't go down there too often, mostly because it's cold and dim and just not the nicest place to spend time. But I needed to get through it. I was down there for a good hour or so, moving things around, opening up old boxes, and deciding what to throw away. The basement was mostly quiet, except for the sound of the rain against the windows and the occasional creak of the house. I didn't mind the solitude. I was focused on my task and not really thinking about anything else. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. I was standing by the shelves when I noticed a dark figure in the far corner of the basement, just behind an old armchair. It was tall, dark, and almost seemed to have a shape, but it didn't look quite right. I froze. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or something cast by the dim lighting, but when I looked again, I could see it more clearly. It wasn't a shadow from anything around it. It was a figure. I'm not sure how to describe it. It didn't have any real features, no face, no distinct outline. Just a dark, human-shaped figure standing motionless in the corner of the room. The way it stood made my stomach tighten. It felt like it was watching me. It didn't move, but it was there. I froze. I know it sounds stupid, but I stood there for a good few seconds, just staring at it. I was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Could it have been my eyes playing tricks on me? Maybe it was a trick of the light. The basement was pretty dim, and the rain outside made everything feel a little darker. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, but something in me told me to turn on the lights. My hands were shaking as I walked over to the light switch by the stairs, never taking my eyes off that spot in the corner. I flicked the switch and waited for the lights to come on, fully expecting that the figure would be gone when they did. The basement lights buzzed to life, and I quickly turned back around to the corner where the figure had been standing. There was nothing. The corner was empty. No shadow, no dark shape. Just a pile of old boxes and that stupid armchair. I blinked, confused. For a moment, I just stood there in silence, the light hum of the basement filling the air. There was no sign of what I had just seen moments before. I stepped forward, looking around the room like maybe it would pop out from behind something, or maybe it was a trick of my eyes. But no, there was nothing. Nothing I could mistake for it, nothing that cast a shadow. The basement was just as it had been before. I don't know why, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, almost expecting that dark figure to appear again. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't explain why. I didn't feel like I was in danger per se, but the unease lingered. I spent the next few minutes in the basement, checking every corner, every nook, even opening the door to the laundry room just to make sure. Nothing was out of place, but the sense of something not being right stayed with me. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't like I heard footsteps or felt an overwhelming presence. It was more of a nagging feeling, like I had just witnessed something I shouldn't have seen. I didn't go back down to that basement for a few days after that. I told myself that it was just my imagination. Maybe I was tired or a little jumpy, and the shadow I saw was a trick of the dim light and the rain outside. But it didn't feel like that. It felt real. A few nights later, I went back down there to grab something from the basement. I tried to shake off the nerves. Everything was fine, normal, like it had always been. Except I kept glancing at that same corner, the one where I had seen the figure. I couldn't help it. Every time I passed that spot, I had the feeling that I was being watched, but I tried to ignore it. When I finished what I was doing and started back upstairs, I glanced at the corner one last time. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something dark, moving in the corner. But when I turned, it was gone. I can't really explain what happened that night in the basement. I don't know if I saw something that wasn't really there, or if it was something else entirely. But after that, I couldn't look at that corner the same way again. Every time I walk past the basement stairs, I feel that odd sense of unease. I still try to tell myself that it was nothing, but I can't shake the feeling that it's something, and that it's still there, waiting. The Cold Room by G.G.L. It was a typical summer evening, warm and humid, with the kind of heat that sticks to your skin. I had been out most of the day, running errands and catching up with friends. When I got back home, I was ready to relax, maybe watch a movie, and just unwind after the long day. But when I stepped into the house, something felt off. The air inside the house was warm, just like it should be, except for one place. the basement. It was freezing. I paused as soon as I stepped down the stairs, feeling a chill that seemed out of place given how hot it was outside. The basement door was open, and I could feel the cold air seeping through the cracks in the wooden frame. I have been down there plenty of times before, in all seasons, but this was different. It felt like stepping into a completely different environment. I stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, confused. The house was warm. The AC was running, as it always did in summer, but I hadn't been down to the basement for a few days. The odd thing was, the air in the basement didn't feel like regular cold air. It wasn't just cool or chilly. It felt unnaturally cold, like something wasn't right. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and leaves you with goosebumps. I hesitated for a moment. The basement was always a little cold, but not like this. There was no reason for it to be so cold. No reason at all. The thermostat was set to a comfortable temperature. The furnace hadn't been running. In fact, no one had been down there for days. Curious and honestly a bit unsettled, I decided to check it out. Maybe the AC vent had gone out of whack. Maybe the pipes under the floor were leaking cold water, or there was some draft I hadn't noticed before. Whatever the reason, I figured I could figure it out. So I walked down the stairs, pulling the sleeve of my shirt over my hands to protect myself from the chill. The moment I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. I wasn't imagining it. The air was visibly cold, and the floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked into the center of the room. My breath came out in small clouds, and the temperature felt more like a freezer than a basement. My heart started to race. The basement itself was dark, the only light coming from a single bulb hanging above me, casting long shadows across the walls. Still, it seemed like something was dampening the light. I stood there trying to make sense of what I was feeling, my eyes scanning the room. There was nothing out of the ordinary. No pipes frozen over, no window open, nothing to explain the sudden drop in temperature. I walked over to the far corner where I kept a pile of old boxes and was met with an even sharper chill. I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling my teeth start to chatter. This wasn't right. I looked around for any obvious causes, maybe a broken window, a cracked wall, something that could let in cold air, but nothing. It was as if the cold had seeped in from nowhere. There was no source for it, no explanation. And that's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The old door to the storage room, one that had been locked for months, was slightly ajar. I hadn't opened it recently. In fact, I'd almost forgotten about the space until now. It was just a small, cluttered room in the back corner of the basement, where I kept old furniture and boxes of things I would never need. The door hadn't been open in weeks, but now it was. Just a crack, but enough to make me nervous. I stood there for a few moments, debating whether I should investigate. It was probably nothing. The door must have just shifted on its own. But the chill, the strange, unnatural cold that filled the room, seemed to be coming from that direction. I took a hesitant step toward the door. With each step, the cold intensified. The air felt heavier, and my breath came out more visibly now, like I was walking deeper into some kind of freezing fog. By the time I was standing in front of the door, I was shivering uncontrollably. The cold was unlike anything I had ever felt before, as if it wasn't even air anymore, just a heavy, biting chill that seemed to pierce through my bones. I reached out to touch the handle, and for a moment, I thought about turning back. Maybe this was a sign that I shouldn't be down here. But curiosity won out. I pulled the door open just enough to peek inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the bulb above me. I could make out the vague outlines of old boxes and furniture stacked high against the walls. But there, in the farthest corner, was something strange. There was a dark shape near the back of the room, too far away for me to make out, but the chill in the air seemed to be coming from it, a shadow that didn't belong. I stepped inside, the cold now biting at my skin, making me feel like I was going numb. The room was even colder than the rest of the basement, if that was even possible. The hairs on my neck stood up. Something was definitely wrong now. I started to move toward the shape, slowly, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The more I moved, the colder it got, until the point where I couldn't stand it anymore. My fingers felt stiff, my teeth were clattering together, and I was desperately trying to focus on what was in front of me. And then, I saw it. In the corner of the room was a small, old chair, covered with a dusty sheet. But beneath it, I noticed something else. A dark stain on the floor, like something had been spilled there long ago and never cleaned. It looked wet, as though it was still damp. The cold seemed to radiate from the spot, surrounding me. I reached out to touch it, not sure what I was hoping to find. And that's when I heard it. A low, almost imperceptible sound, like the faintest whisper just at the edge of hearing. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. The air was still, and the cold had become unbearable. I couldn't stand it any longer. I backed out of the room, slammed the door shut, and bolted back up the stairs. I haven't been back down to the basement since. I don't know what happened, or what that cold was. I don't know if I was just imagining it. I know I wasn't. Or if there was something else in that room with me. But I've never felt anything like it in my life. And every time I think about that dark, cold spot in the basement, I get the feeling that whatever it was, it's still there. The Scratching Walls by Bethany O. It started a few months ago, just after we moved into the house. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the house settling. Old homes creak and groan, right? But the sound kept coming back, every night, like clockwork. It started as faint scratches, so soft that I wasn't even sure I'd heard it. I thought it might have been some small animal, maybe a mouse or a squirrel, stuck somewhere in the walls. I didn't think much of it at first, but the sound began to grow more pronounced over the next few nights. It wasn't just a little scratching either. It sounded like something was actively scratching at the walls, sharp, frantic, almost like claws dragging across the drywall. At first, I thought it might just be some animal trying to make its way through the walls, so I called pest control. They did their inspection, checked all the possible entry points for rodents, but they found nothing. No holes, no signs of animals. The scratching continued, though, every night like clockwork. The first time that it really freaked me out was when it happened during the day. I was in the kitchen making lunch, and I heard it again, just like I had at night, scratching from the walls. I froze, knife in hand, and glanced over at the basement door. The basement door is old and creaky, and I kept it locked just to be safe. I thought maybe I had left the door slightly ajar, but when I went to check, there was nothing. The basement was empty. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it the house? The pipes? Something that could be explained away? I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but after a few more nights of hearing the scratching, sharp and consistent, that same thing trying to claw its way out, I couldn't ignore it anymore. One night, I decided to stay up and figure it out. I had been hearing the noise again, around midnight. It was louder now, almost like it was directly behind the walls in the basement. I grabbed a flashlight and went down, determined to find the source. The air in the basement felt cold, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. The basement was pretty typical, nothing out of the ordinary, just a few boxes, shelves, and some unused furniture. The light from the flashlight flickered a little as I shined it around the walls. I checked the walls carefully, tapping on them, but nothing. I ran my fingers along the seams and edges of the drywall, convinced that maybe I would find something, some hidden crack or hole, but the walls were solid. There was nothing to suggest any kind of creature or anything out of the ordinary. Still, the scratching continued, echoing through the space louder than before. I took a deep breath and listened carefully. It sounded almost like it was coming from behind the walls, where the pipes were. I felt around the space, inspecting every nook and cranny, but I couldn't find anything. No loose pipes, no cracks. I turned back to leave, but just as I was about to head up the stairs, I heard something that sent a chill down my spine. A heavy thud, like something had bumped against the basement door. My heart raced. I turned around quickly, shining the flashlight in every corner. But, again, nothing. Just the echo of silence. I stood there for a minute, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't want to overreact, but I couldn't explain the thud. And I certainly couldn't explain the scratching. The next few nights were the same. The scratching got louder and faster, almost frantic, like something was trapped inside the walls. It was driving me mad. I would check the basement every night, and each time, the scratching would stop as soon as I turned on the lights. I started to wonder if I was just losing my mind, if it was all in my head, some kind of stress reaction. But no, it was real. It was happening. My husband confirmed it. Finally, I decided to try something different. I called a contractor. I told him that I thought something was living inside the walls and that I wanted to make sure there were no hidden pests or anything strange going on. He came over one afternoon and took a look at the basement. He tapped around the walls and checked for cracks or any sign of vermin, but once again he found nothing. His suggestion was that it was just the house settling, the sound of old wood shifting, and perhaps pipes making noise from the temperature changes. But even he seemed kind of unnerved. When he left, he mentioned that he didn't hear anything himself, but he did give me his card and told me to call in case I heard it again. And then, one night, I heard it. The loudest scratching yet. It was so distinct, so close, that I almost thought it was coming from inside the room with me. I immediately grabbed the flashlight and rushed down to the basement again. I was determined to figure this out once and for all. I shined the light on the walls and froze. There, at the far end of the basement, was something that hadn't been there before. A deep gouge, a scratch mark, stretching from the floor almost to the ceiling. It looked fresh, almost like it had been done in the past few hours. I was shaking as I moved toward it. I ran my fingers over it, but the wall was solid, unbroken. I quickly ran upstairs and locked the basement door, hoping that somehow I had misunderstood everything, that this wasn't as ominous as I thought. The scratching has only grown louder since then. I no longer feel comfortable being in the house at night, and whenever I hear the noise, I can't help but feel like something's watching me from behind those walls. No one can explain it. I've had pest control, the same contractor back out, other contractors out, and they've all said the same thing. Nothing is there. But every night, like clockwork, I hear it. Scratching. And sometimes I feel like the walls themselves are closing in. I don't know what's behind them, but I've stopped checking because something is there, and I'm not sure I want to know what it is. I shouldn't have gone up to the tower. This happened last fall when I was in Ireland by myself, driving around without much of a plan. I'd rented a small car and I was doing day trips out of Galway, just following brown signs and whatever looked interesting on the map. County Clare has a lot of ruins that aren't really tourist sites. They don't have ticket booths or guides, they're just old stone structures sitting in fields. I stopped at one of those castles. I'm not naming it because it's not famous, and I don't want this turning into a debate with locals or history buffs. It was down a narrow road, basically one lane, and there was grass growing up the middle. There was a small gravel spot where you could pull over, and then a walk through a gate into a field. No signs about hours or safety or anything like that. It was late afternoon and overcast, windy, but that's pretty normal there. I wasn't spooked pulling up or anything. If anything, it felt calm and kind of empty. The castle itself was partially collapsed. The outer walls were mostly intact, but the inner building was pretty much gone, and one tall tower was still standing with a spiral staircase inside. I walked around the outer yard first and took some photos and stepped over some fallen stones. There were sheep in the next field over, completely uninterested in me. I noticed pretty quickly that there were no other people around, and I didn't see any cars coming or going. Again, not totally unusual, but it did mean that once I was inside the walls, it was just me and the wind. I went into the main interior area where the roof was gone. Grass had grown up through the floor. The walls blocked most of the wind, so it was quieter there. Kind of muffled. Then I heard what sounded like someone else moving. At first, I figured it was just the wind shifting or a bird inside the tower or something. But the sound had weight to it, like footsteps on stone. I stood still and I listened, and it stopped. I waited longer than I probably needed to. Nothing else happened. This is the part where I should have left it alone, but instead I headed toward the tower. I think I just wanted to confirm that someone else was there so my brain could chill out. The tower doorway was dark, but not pitch black. I could see the staircase curling upward along the wall. As soon as I stepped inside, it felt colder. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. The air felt heavier too, like it hadn't moved in a while. The smell was damp stone, with something else underneath it that I couldn't quite place. I started up the stairs slowly, mostly because they were uneven. After a few steps, I realized what the other smell was. It was smoke. Like old smoke. You know, if your clothes have been near a fire, but days ago? It kind of smelled like that, but there was no fire, and there was no roof, so there was no reason for that smell to be there. I stopped and told myself it was just my imagination or something lingering in the stone. Old buildings smell weird. That's not paranormal. But then I heard someone above me. Footsteps on the same staircase that I was on, but coming down. The stairs were very narrow. There wasn't room for two people to pass easily. I assumed someone else had come in behind me and had gone up without me noticing, which didn't make a lot of sense, but it was the only normal explanation I had available. I called out. Just a simple, "Hello?" The footsteps stopped. I waited, but I never got a response. And that's when I noticed how quiet it was. All I could hear was the sound of my own breathing, which suddenly felt very loud. I started backing down the stairs one step at a time, keeping my eyes fixed toward where the footsteps had come from. I didn't see anyone. The staircase curved tightly enough that I couldn't see very far ahead anyway, but I didn't want to turn my back on the thing. About halfway down, I heard breathing. Not close enough to feel, but close enough to hear. Slow and steady, like someone standing still and listening. I looked down toward the doorway and expected to see daylight. The entrance was darker than it should have been, like something was blocking part of it. And then my phone flashlight flickered on its own, but I hadn't touched it. The light pulsed once, dimmed, and then steadied. I don't panic easily, but my body was already ahead of me at that point. My heart was racing and my hands were shaking enough that I had to brace against the wall to keep my balance. I went down the rest of the stairs quickly, but carefully. As soon as I stepped out of the tower, the smell of smoke was gone and the wind noise came back all at once, like someone had turned up the volume. I turned around immediately. The tower was empty. I stood there for a bit, trying to calm down, telling myself that old buildings do weird things with sound and air pressure, and that explanation worked right up until I checked my phone. The battery, which had been around 40% or so when I went into the tower, was suddenly at 12. I knew roughly where it had been because I had checked it earlier for directions. I had not used it enough to justify that drop. I looked through the photos that I had taken, and most of them were fine, but the ones inside the tower were just plain weird. There was this one photo of the staircase that looked kind of blurry, even though I remember holding the phone very steady. Another, a close-up of the stone wall, had something dark at the edge of the frame. It kind of looked like fabric, but out of focus, like someone standing too close to the camera. I don't remember anyone being that close to me. I don't remember taking that photo at that angle. I decided that I was done. I walked back toward the field gate. I wasn't running, but I also wasn't stopping to look around. I had the distinct feeling of being watched. It wasn't in a dramatic way, just awareness. When I reached the gate, it swung open on its own. I didn't linger too much to think about that. I drove away, and for about 5 minutes, my phone's GPS thought I was still parked by the castle, even though I was clearly moving. The blue dot stayed behind in the field. Eventually, it snapped back to my actual location like nothing had happened. The more I tried to rationalize it, the less satisfied I felt. That night, wherever I was staying, I just kept replaying it in my head. Nothing about it was dramatic enough to really feel like a story. It was just uncomfortable and confusing. I woke up at some point after midnight because my phone buzzed. When I picked it up, there was no notification, but the photo app was open, showing that blurred image from inside the tower, zoomed in more than I had left it. I closed it and turned the phone face down, and I didn't look at it again until morning. In the morning, the photo was still there. I tried deleting it later that day, but it came back into my camera roll a few hours later. I don't really talk about this much because there's nothing flashy about it. There's no figure in white or screaming or any clear threat. But it was really creepy to me, and it was scary when you were there alone, so I figured I would tell it anyway. I haven't been back to that part of Claire. I don't really plan to. I still have the photo, but I don't look at it anymore. Sometimes that feels like the smartest decision I made, that whole trip. Last Call After Last Call by Julia P. I was the closing shift manager at a mid-range restaurant in Los Angeles, right off a busy stretch that stayed loud until about midnight, and then dropped into that hollow city quiet that always feels temporary. The place had been there forever, long enough that nobody could agree on what it used to be before it was a restaurant, only that it definitely wasn't built for open kitchens or exposed brick. Closing alone was not supposed to happen. Company policy said 2 people minimum. Reality said labor was tight and the owner liked numbers that went down, not up. Most nights, I locked up by myself after the last server clocked out and the dishwasher left on his bike. That night was a Tuesday. Slow, sticky, nothing dramatic. Dinner service limped along, and I cut staff early. By 10:45 p.m., it was just me, a half rack of glasses drying by the bar, and the low hum of the refrigerators working harder than they should have. I did the usual routine. I counted the drawer, logged waste, wrapped the prepped food, turned off the dining room music. The silence always hit hard once the speakers went dead. Restaurants just aren't meant to be quiet. When they are, everything just feels weird. Anyway, the kitchen lights stayed on while I finished paperwork. The dining room went dark except for the exit sign and the glow from the street leaking through the front windows. I remember thinking I should hurry. I wasn't scared yet, but I just had that feeling you get when you're overstaying your welcome somewhere. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Our kitchen has a very specific smell after close. It's oil and citrus cleaner and a little bleach. But that night, there was something else. Old grease and burned meat, like something that had been left on the grill too long. I checked the line and everything was off. The flat top was cold and the fryers were down and none of the burners were lit. I went back to the office and finished the deposit. And that's when I heard the ticket printer. One sharp chirp. The paper was feeding. I froze for a second and then told myself it was just a glitch. Those printers were temperamental after all. I walked back out to the expo line. There was a ticket hanging there. It didn't have any timestamp or table number, just modifiers, printed clean and centered like someone had taken their time with it. No salt, medium well, send it back if it's wrong. I pulled the ticket down and checked the point of sale screen. There were no open tables or late orders. I tossed the paper and went to shut down the kitchen monitors. That's when I heard footsteps in the dining room. It was the sound of someone moving between tables like they knew the layout. I leaned out of the kitchen and looked. Every chair was flipped, and every table was empty. The front door was locked. I checked it anyway, pressing my palm against the glass. I told myself that the building was just settling and that old places make noise and all that crap you tell yourself. Los Angeles is full of old places, pretending not to be. When I went back to the bar to shut down the last register, one of the bar stools was upright. I was sure I had flipped them all. I stood there longer than I needed to, trying to remember if somehow I'd missed one. I flipped it onto the bar and kept moving. The radio in the kitchen turned on by itself while I was mopping. Low volume, static, and then a station that played classic rock that we never used. The song sounded warped, like it was coming through water. I didn't recognize it. I unplugged the radio and left it sitting on the prep table, cord coiled neatly, just to be sure. The walk-in slammed shut behind me when I was grabbing the last trash bag. That door never closed on its own. The hinge was bad and needed a hard shove. I stood inside the walk-in longer than necessary. I was listening to the fans kick on and off and counting my breaths like that might anchor me. When I came back out, the radio was playing again, but it was even louder. I didn't unplug it. I turned it off at the dial and left it that way. I finished mopping fast and skipped spots and didn't really care. I just wanted to get the alarm set and leave. As I was walking to the dining room for a final check, I saw movement in the reflection of the front windows. Someone was behind the bar. There was a shape where I had just been standing. I spun around, but as you might expect, there was nothing there. The bar mirror still showed a smear that I hadn't caught during cleaning, a cloudy handprint low on the glass. It was too low to be from any of my staff. I wiped it with my sleeve, but it wouldn't come off, and as I did, I heard a chair scrape across the floor behind me. I didn't even bother looking. I grabbed my keys and punched in the alarm code and ran for the door. As I pulled it open, I heard a voice from the kitchen. I couldn't make out what it said, but I knew that it was a voice. The alarm chirped its countdown. I stepped outside, and I let the door close hard behind me. When I checked the security app from my car, the motion sensor in the dining room was still tripping, over and over. There was no video feed, just notifications stacking up. The owner texted me the next morning asking why the system showed activity after close. I told him it was probably a sensor issue. He said the last manager before me used to say the same thing. The man who knew my schedule. I worked in an office in Brooklyn, New York, near the Navy Yard, back when I still thought open concept was a personality trait and not a warning sign. It was a media-adjacent job. Vague title, vague responsibilities, and lots of Slack messages that said, circling back, and meant nothing. The building used to be a factory. Tall windows and concrete floors, and exposed pipes painted white so they could pretend that it was intentional. We shared the space with 2 other companies on the same floor, separated by glass walls that did not block as much sound as they implied. My hours were slightly off from everyone else's. I came in early and stayed late because it was quieter and because my commute lined up better that way. Most nights, by the time I packed up, the office was empty except for me and the cleaning staff. There was a guy who worked for one of the other companies. I didn't know his name at first. I noticed him because he always seemed to be there when I arrived and was still there when I left, even though his team usually cleared out by 6. He wasn't doing anything obviously wrong. He didn't stare or talk to me really at all beyond polite nods and hellos. He just knew things. The first time it stood out was when he asked if the G train was running slow again. I hadn't mentioned the train to anyone that day. I hadn't posted about it. I just said, yeah, it was, and he nodded like that confirmed something. After that, it kept happening. He commented on the coffee shop that I had stopped at that morning, asked if my upstairs neighbor was still blasting music at night, mentioned the rain on my walk before it had actually started raining. I assumed it was a coincidence. Brooklyn runs on coincidence. People share walls, routines overlap, and information leaks through the cracks. Still, I started noticing that he timed his breaks with mine. If I went to the kitchen at 10:15, he was there. If I stayed late, he stayed late. If I left early, he packed up too. One night, I deliberately stayed an extra hour, pretending to work while watching the reflection in the glass wall. He stayed and didn't do much. He mostly scrolled on his phone. Sometimes he would look up at the ceiling like he was listening for something. When I finally stood up and grabbed my bag, he did the same thing at almost the same moment. In the elevator, he asked if I was still doing yoga on Wednesdays. I don't do yoga anymore, and I hadn't for months. I asked him how he knew that. He smiled a little like he'd misstepped, and said something about seeing me carrying a mat once. That answer didn't fit. I hadn't owned a yoga mat since I moved apartments. I stopped engaging at all after that. No nods, no small talk, nothing. I adjusted my schedule so I left before him or after him, and somehow he always adjusted his too. And then he started leaving things on my desk. It was nothing dramatic. A paperclip shaped like a bird. A sticky note with a reminder I had already set on my phone. A receipt from a lunch place that I had gone to exactly once, folded neatly and placed under my keyboard. I asked facilities to check the cameras near my desk. They told me the angles didn't cover individual workstations and suggested I lock my computer when I stepped away. I started taking my laptop with me to the bathroom. The worst part was that he never crossed the line, not one you could point to. He never threatened me, the notes were not addressed to me, he never touched me. If I mentioned something missing, he would act confused, sometimes even offended, like I'd accused him of something deeply unfair. One evening, I worked late enough that the cleaning crew had already finished their round. The office was quiet, in that way that makes you aware of your own breathing. I felt someone standing behind me. I turned around and saw him a few feet away, holding my jacket, the one that I had left on the back of my chair. He said that I had forgotten it again. I asked how he knew it was mine. He looked at me for a second too long and then said that he just pays attention. I took the jacket and told him not to touch my things ever again. My voice didn't sound like my own. It sounded thin, like it could snap. He apologized immediately, and too smoothly. He said he was just trying to help. Said that he noticed I always left it behind on Thursdays, which was true. I had a bad habit of that. After that night, the items stopped appearing on my desk. He stopped timing his breaks with mine, and for about a week, I thought it was over. Then I got an email reminder from our building access system, saying my badge hadn't been used to exit the building the night before. I checked my sent emails. There was one I didn't remember writing, time-stamped at 9:47 p.m., asking facilities to reset my badge permissions because I had left late again. I quit not long after. On my last day, I left early on purpose. As I waited for the elevator, I saw him standing at the far end of the floor, watching me through the glass. He didn't move or wave. When the elevator doors closed, I realized I had once again left my jacket at my desk, but I didn't go back for it. Ever. Sometimes I still check my calendar and see reminders I don't remember setting, scheduled for times that line up a little too well with my old routine. I delete them. They come back a few weeks later, phrased slightly differently, like someone is adjusting their approach. The Ghostly Steps by Anonymous. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, and I had the house to myself. I had been busy with work all week, and I had finally gotten a break, so I was enjoying the peace and solitude of the day. My family was out for the afternoon, and I was planning on taking full advantage of the silence to catch up on a few things. I wanted to read a book, just relax, make some tea, The house was old, not ancient, but it had its quirks. The floors creaked, the walls groaned in the winter, and sometimes you could hear the house settle, but it wasn't anything unusual. I was used to the sounds it made by now. But that day, there was something different. I had been sitting on the couch in the living room, reading, when I heard it. Soft at first, barely noticeable, but enough to make me put my book down. It was a series of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and echoing up from the basement. I paused, I frowned and listened. They were clear as day, one after another, heavy and slow, like someone was walking down there. Just thud, thud, thud. But I was the only one home. The basement door had been locked since at least a week ago, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in without me noticing. I sat up straight. My heart started beating faster. I couldn't have imagined it. It wasn't just a single creak of the house settling. These were unmistakably footsteps. I stood up, slowly, and walked toward the door, leading to the basement. It was still locked, just as it had been earlier that morning. I checked the handle, and sure enough, the latch was in place. There was no way anybody could have snuck down there without me hearing the door open. It was very noisy. The footsteps continued, one after another, slow and methodical, echoing through the house. My heart began to race, and my breath came a little quicker. I stood in front of the door, not really knowing what to do. The rational part of my brain told me it was probably just the house, settling or shifting with the temperature. But something in my gut told me that wasn't it, and I knew it. The steps were too distinct, too purposeful, and they were coming from the basement, a room that I knew nobody was in. I grabbed my phone and called my parents, hoping that they were on their way back, but the phone just rang and rang. I felt a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck as the steps echoed louder, closer, as though they were coming up the stairs toward me. I rushed back to the living room, feeling my legs shake beneath me. I could hear them clearly now, heavy steps, one after the other, even clearer than before, slow and deliberate, and this time, they were getting closer. Again, there was no one else in the house, I was sure of it. The basement door had been locked, I had just checked it. The noise had to be something else, something I hadn't thought of yet. But I couldn't think clearly at all. The footsteps were growing louder and louder, filling the house. I felt the weight of them, each step reverberating through the walls like they were right behind me. I took a deep breath and forced myself to walk back toward the door again. My hand hovered over the handle, but I couldn't bring myself to open it. What if there was somebody down there? What if it was a prank? I wanted to believe that, I really did. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something just didn't feel right. My stomach twisted into knots. I took another step back. The footsteps stopped. I froze. Every muscle in my body tensed. The silence in the house was deafening. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and I just knew that whoever or whatever was behind that door had to have heard it too. It was like the whole house was holding its breath, just waiting for something to happen. For a second, I thought maybe I was going nuts. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I'd misheard it, but before I could convince myself of that, it started again. But this time, it was different. The footsteps came rapidly, not slow and deliberate, but quick, like someone was rushing up the stairs. There was no mistaking it. I could hear them clearly now, each one echoing in the stillness of the house, growing closer and closer until it felt like someone was standing just behind me. My heart was pounding in my ears. I spun around, almost expecting to see somebody, but there was nothing, no one. I couldn't take it anymore. My legs felt like they were made of lead as I backed away, almost stumbling toward the front door. The house was dead silent once again, but the cold feeling in the air lingered. The footsteps had stopped. I rushed to lock the door to the basement once more, even though I knew it already was, and of course, I was right. I felt ridiculous, like I was losing my mind. I stood there for a while, trying to calm myself down, telling myself it was just the house. Old houses make noises. They settle. But every time I thought about how clear those footsteps were, and how much clearer they got, I couldn't deny it. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone in that house. There was something there, something that I couldn't see. When my parents came home later that evening, I told them what had happened. They listened, but as soon as I mentioned the basement, they just looked at each other, like I just told them a strange story. They both assured me that it was just the house shifting, nothing more. I tried to let it go. I wanted them to be right, but every time I go down to that basement now, I feel the same sense of unease creeping over me. Something was down there. Maybe it still is. My parents don't believe me, so they're not even going to look into it, but I don't know what else to do, other than tell my story and, yeah, I guess that's it. The good part, though, is that I haven't heard those footsteps again, so hopefully it stays that way. Light thief. I never thought that I'd be one of those people sharing a weird story on the internet, but here I am. I guess I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 months ago, and I still can't shake the feeling that what I saw was real. I'm a wildlife biologist specializing in large mammals, particularly deer populations in the Pacific Northwest. My job often takes me into remote areas for days at a time, tracking migration patterns and monitoring overall herd health. It's not glamorous work, but I love it. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that speaks to my soul. This particular trip was supposed to be routine. I was heading into a section of old-growth forest that hadn't been thoroughly surveyed in years. The area was difficult to access, requiring a grueling hike through dense underbrush and overfallen logs. I packed enough supplies for a week, including my usual gear: GPS, radio, camera traps, and various data collection tools. The first 2 days were uneventful. I set up my base camp near a small clearing and spent my time hiking predetermined routes, noting signs of deer activity, and setting up camera traps at strategic locations. The forest was unusually quiet, even for this remote area. I chalked it up to the unseasonably warm weather we'd been having. On the third night, things changed. I was in my tent, reviewing the day's data on my laptop, when I heard it. A low rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first, I thought it might be distant thunder, but the sky had been clear all day. The sound grew louder, and I felt a vibration in the ground beneath me. Curious and a bit unnerved, I unzipped my tent and stepped outside. The forest was bathed in moonlight, casting long shadows between the trees. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Something large was moving through the underbrush, far too big to be a deer, or even a bear. My heart raced as I fumbled for my flashlight. I knew I should probably stay in my tent, but professional curiosity got the better of me. As I swept the beam across the tree line, I caught a glimpse of something. It was tall, at least 8 feet, with a broad, hunched silhouette. The light reflected off 2 eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. For a moment, we stared at each other. I could hear my own ragged breathing in the silence. Then, without warning, it moved. The creature crossed the clearing in 3 enormous strides, covering ground faster than anything I'd ever seen. As it passed by my tent, I caught a whiff of musky, earthy scent that reminded me of wet fur and decaying leaves. I'd like to say I acted bravely, but the truth is I panicked. I scrambled back into my tent, zipping it shut, as if that flimsy barrier could protect me from whatever was out there, and I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag. I strained my ears for any sound of the creature's return. When morning came, I cautiously emerged from my tent. The clearing looked undisturbed, but as I investigated further, I found enormous footprints pressed into the earth near the tree line. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, roughly humanoid in shape, but way too large, and with strange protrusions that looked almost like claws. I spent the next hour photographing and measuring the prints. my scientific mind warring with the part of me that wanted to pack up and get the hell out of there. In the end, curiosity won out. I decided to stay and continue my work, but I could never shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days, I caught fleeting glimpses of the creature, always at a distance, always just out of reach of my camera. I heard that rumbling sound a few more times, usually at night. Once, I woke to find my camp had been disturbed. Nothing was damaged, but things had been moved around, as if something had been curiously examining my equipment. On my last night in the forest, I had my closest encounter yet. I was sitting by my campfire, eating a lackluster dinner of rehydrated camping food, when I felt that now familiar vibration in the ground. I slowly turned my head, and there it was, standing at the edge of the firelight. I could finally see it clearly. The creature was massive, covered in shaggy, dark fur that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its face was a strange mix of ape-like and something else entirely, with a pronounced brow and a broad, flat nose. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed, deep-set and intelligent. They regarded me with what I can only describe as cautious curiosity. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. I didn't dare move, afraid of breaking whatever spell had brought this impossible being into my camp. Eventually, it let out a low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, but more like deep exhalation, and slowly backed away into the darkness. The next morning, I packed up my camp, albeit with shaking hands. As much as the scientist in me wanted to stay and study this incredible creature, I knew I was out of my depth. I hiked out of the forest faster than I'd ever moved in my life, and I was just frantically trying to figure out what had happened. My mind was racing with questions and theories. I've spent the months since then trying to make sense of what I saw. I've pored over cryptozoology forums, read every Bigfoot encounter story I could find, and even reached out to a few researchers in the field. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. I haven't told anybody at work about this. I'm not ready to risk my professional reputation on a story that sounds like something out of a campfire tale. But I know what I saw, and I can't just pretend it didn't happen. I'm planning to go back to that forest soon, and this time I'll be better prepared. More cameras, better audio equipment, maybe even a thermal imaging device if I can get my hands on one. I don't know if I'll find anything, but I have to try. Whatever that creature was, it deserves to be studied and understood, not dismissed as a myth or a legend. To anyone reading this who might have had a similar experience, you're not alone and you're not crazy. There are things out there that defy our current understanding of the natural world. All we can do is keep our minds open and keep searching for the truth. Dad Let Us Know He Made It by Glittering Love 7433, posted to r/paranormal. My dad passed on 8/19/24 from a very short battle with an aggressive cancer. He passed in his house, surrounded by family. Once everyone else left, me, my sister, and my mom were sitting in the living room with his body. We were talking about good memories with him, and all of a sudden, one of the lamps in the room starts strobing. It never ever did that before, and the bulb wasn't loose. We checked after. So there was no reason for it. Kind of jokingly, I said, "Dad, is that you?" And the other lamp in the room immediately starts strobing as well. We were in shock. I said, "You made it to the other side, right, Dad?" And they strobed even faster. Eventually, the second lamp stopped, and we turned off the first one because my mom was freaked out. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life, but I was glad to know that he made it. A ghost reacted to me reacting to her, by Impressive End 4826, posted to r/paranormal. This was 12 years ago, when I was 9 months pregnant with my son. I was sweeping the porch when I suddenly got this pain and thought for sure that I was in labor. So off we went to the hospital. I get all hooked up to the machines, and they tell me that I am in fact not in labor and sent me home. Mind you, I was in excruciating pain. I couldn't sit, stand, or lay down. My fiancé rubbed me for an hour trying to get me to sleep, and finally I was out. I slept like a rock. I woke up semi on my side, and I see a little girl maybe 2 feet from the foot of my bed, just staring at me, curiously, like a child would. I'd say she was 8 or 9 years old. When I slightly adjusted my head to actually take in what I was seeing, she took off running, like a child would that got caught doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. I was not hallucinating. I was not dreaming. I've never had sleep paralysis in my life. She reacted to me, reacting to seeing her, and playfully took off running. It's something I will never forget. I remember I sat up in bed and looked over and saw my fiancé asleep, and then I just stayed up for my OB appointment. She wasn't dressed in old vintage clothing or anything like that. It was a baby blue nightgown. I don't remember her face, but that's what I saw. This is a 100% true story. Ghost Hotel in Texas by Beachy Girl 12, posted to r/ghost stories. My sister told me about a time when she, my brother-in-law, and my nephew stayed with her side of the family. My nephew, who was 2 years old at the time, was really unsettled at her aunt's house. He refused to sleep and kept trying to leave the house, acting very distressed for some reason. Eventually, they decided to leave and checked into a hotel in the Dallas area. I should mention that it was Halloween, which is important to the story. When they arrived at the hotel, the concierge casually mentioned that the place was haunted. He explained that a long time ago, a woman had been stood up on her wedding day. The groom never showed up, and in her despair, she took her own life from one of the floors of the hotel. At first, my sister thought it was just a Halloween prank, but as the three of them got off the elevator on the 13th floor, 2 elderly women gave them a very strange, unsettling look, like something was off. Later that night, they tried to sleep, but at some point, the TV turned on by itself. My sister got up and turned it off, thinking it was just a random electrical glitch. But around 3 a.m., only a couple of hours later, the TV turned on again, all by itself. By morning, they were so freaked out that they decided to check out early. While checking out, my sister mentioned the strange events to the other concierge. To her surprise, the concierge calmly responded, "Oh, yeah, that always happens on the 13th floor." At that point, my sister realized that it hadn't been a prank at all. She had assumed the entire story was fabricated as a joke because it was Halloween, but the concierge said she thought my sister and her family were horror fanatics, especially since they had come from out of state. Creepy Ryokan Experience by Friendly Banshee, posted to r/paranormal. We just left Hakone after having the best time, but I can't shake off the paranormal experience that I had at Ryokan Onsen, where we stayed for 2 days. My husband and I are in Japan for 2 weeks to celebrate our 2nd wedding anniversary, and we thought an onsen experience would be a nice treat, so we booked a Japanese-style villa with a private onsen. Our villa was quite far from the ryokan entrance, and we always had to walk a few extra minutes to get back and forth. The staff informed us that the ryokan was 140 years old. It was so beautiful and looked straight out of Spirited Away, which was perfect since we're both Ghibli fans. On our last night there, around 12:30, just after midnight, as I was about to sleep, I heard a loud bang on the wall. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it seemed close to the main door. At first I thought it might be someone knocking, but I didn't want to check because I was scared and a coward, and I figured it was too late for any of the staff to be bothering us. I tried to ignore it and kept scrolling on my phone, but then there was another loud bang. This time, I couldn't really determine if it was from the wall or the ceiling. I looked to see if my husband had heard it, but he was sound asleep. I started getting really scared, thinking of all the Japanese horror movies I had watched, like The Ring and The Grudge. I tried to push these thoughts aside and go back to sleep, but I kept waking up, not randomly, but like somebody had tried to wake me up. It was honestly one of the scariest experiences I've ever had. Experiences with Japanese Ghosts by Zolcher, posted to r/paranormal. It's Obon season in Japan, a week in which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anyone has experienced any encounters with spirits, either here in Japan or in Asia at large. Here are some of what myself as well as my family and friends have experienced over the years. My husband is a hard atheist and refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, though, that made him a bit spooked. He grew up in a mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars could access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer lit-up and cleanly paved tunnel running directly beside an older and less frequently used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day he and his friends were playing down by a river and chose to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike and saw a woman and her little girl walking the opposite direction toward the middle of the tunnel. He passed them by without looking too closely. He turned back to see where his friends were, and the woman and the girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I have personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything, the air gets very cold and heavy toward the middle, to be sure. At school. So I have a coworker that works at an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so, but it's warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room, and it opens to a huge 2-story hall, with a hallway leading down to the lunchroom and kitchen areas. My coworker has recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. More than once, he's walked out of the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall, as if reading something. When he walks toward the man, he passes by a pillar, and suddenly the man is gone. He's also seen movement in the nook in the staff room, and lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers and 25 students, so everyone knows everyone. The man and the child are reportedly no one that anyone knows. My personal story. I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I liked to jokingly say I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me when I got a little overly cocky during some ghost stories in the town over, and something followed me home. I used to live in Kagoshima, Japan, as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in Kanoya City, in a bright and warm 2-bedroom apartment that was 2 floors above any other teacher's. My best friend lived in Shibushi, in a 2-towered apartment complex, and below another teacher, Todd, so I would often visit the area to stay over and hang out. Once my best friend returned to the US, a new teacher, Ashley, moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down and went to a barbecue dinner in Shibushi, where Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently, she said. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours, and Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it wasn't him. She also mentioned having horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while her room filled with water, as a ghost with long black hair stood outside of her window, as if demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley, and that he indeed was never around when they came. His brother, who is like a kind of medicine man or shaman in their Hmong community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue, saying he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and I myself also began freaking out at its sight. It was a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouched, as if crawling, on the outside balcony of an apartment. Ashley says that's exactly what has been appearing in her dreams, and all of us confirm unequivocally that the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley live, the one where I had visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone is freaked out, but excited for some reason. Like, ooh boy, a real ghost situation. How fun for us. How naive of us, we came to realize. We decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating. I felt a heaviness when I walked in. I told him immediately and seemed intrigued, but brushed it off as it's his apartment and he's got to be able to fall asleep there tonight. I noticed that the same area I felt heaviness was completely fine as I left to go home, but the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and tense. I was afraid to look behind me, as if I was going to see something in the back seat. I brushed it off as my imagination, as I, too, had to be able to fall asleep that night, and proceeded to try to do so when I got home. At 2:30 in the morning, I woke up drenched in sweat, with my arms and fists clenched so tightly around my head that I had lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me, and I just felt this overwhelming fear, like, don't open your eyes. I'd never been one to have nightmares or sleep paralysis, and I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep. I just kept thinking, crap, I have work tomorrow. Why the heck can't I sleep? The next morning, I texted Ashley what happened, and she freaked out, saying that she didn't tell anybody this, but the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked if I had heard any wooden tapping coming from inside my house. I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I got home, and I just chalked it up to the support beam settling. She gets even more worked up, saying she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping as well. She and I messaged Todd immediately, asking if there was something his brother could do in this case, since apparently he had a dream about all of this happening too. Basically, he sent us over some symbols on paper and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, and to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days, during which I begged the teacher below me to let me stay with her, as my previously warm and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways that I cannot explain. It took about 3 days to arrive, and until then the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what appeared to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible as I drove a Daihatsu Move at the time and it was far too small for anyone to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m., which my then boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with written symbols arrived, we burned them, as told, and the heavy atmosphere did clear up immediately. There's no more interesting ending to the story other than it hasn't bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of the symbols laminated as protection, so it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits because I've wisened up with time and experience. Haunted Barracks by now deleted user, posted to r/paranormal. From the ages of 20 to 22, I was a young Marine stationed in Okinawa, Japan, on Camp Foster. Okinawa is a beautiful island full of nice people and wonderful culture. It was also the scene of the bloodiest battle of the Pacific Campaign in World War II. The barracks we lived in backed up to thick vegetation. As young Marines do, we would drink beer and smoke cigarettes out back all the time. We would throw our bottles into the tree line, like drunk people do, and we would hear them shatter. This behavior continued for quite some time. One day, myself and a few others hiked down to where we were breaking the bottles out of curiosity. We wanted to know what was so hard down there that it would shatter them. We stumbled upon several old graves. All the graves had Japanese writing, so I couldn't read the inscriptions. A couple of weeks later, 7 Marines in my platoon, all that lived on the first floor, complained of having sleep paralysis. One Marine in particular claimed that his cabinets opened up and several of his items just fell out. I encountered sleep paralysis as well. It was the only time in my life that this ever happened. I don't know what to make of it, really. I had a hard time breathing, I couldn't speak, and it looked like a black figure was over me briefly. It wasn't really fear-provoking, more of a panic of not being able to control my body. Has anyone else ever experienced this in Okinawa? Healthcare workers, what's the creepiest thing that's happened to you? I'll go first. By TGirl1992. Posted to r/paranormal. Trigger warning for death. My mom used to work in healthcare, and some of the stories I heard from her were so creepy. One story she has told is this. She used to work with hospice, and they were having a bad day with a lot of patients being brought in and taken out. She walked past one room with a woman crying. She went in and asked what was wrong. The woman responded, "I don't want to be the third. I don't want to be the third." My mother questioned her and was told that the woman in the corner kept telling her she would be the third person to die. Thing was, there was no one in that room other than the woman and my mom. After some reassurances and comforting, my mother had to leave. The woman ended up passing in that room later that day and was indeed the third person to pass away in that room on that day. My Experience in the Woods by Southern List 3207, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I'm fairly new to Reddit, so I only discovered this sub recently, and I'm using a throwaway because I didn't feel comfortable enough sharing this on my main account. I've lurked here for a little while, and I think it's the perfect place to share the story of an experience that I had about 9 or 10 years ago now. The reason I'm sharing this is A, because that's the point of the sub, and B, because I'm honestly curious to see if anybody else has had a similar experience, or if you have any idea of what this could have been, because I've never been able to figure it out. Before I start, I have told this story to lots of people over the years. Friends, family, even acquaintances whenever supernatural or scary stuff has come up in conversation. But I've always left out the finer details on purpose, because honestly, I think I still have some latent trauma from it. I don't really like going into detail about it or reliving this experience. Instead, I have only ever recounted this as a 60-second scary story to elicit a reaction, probably as a coping mechanism. My girlfriend is the only person I have ever told the full story to. To be clear, I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything here. You can believe what you want, and I respect your opinion. But I'm also not going to debate or argue over something that I know to be true. This experience happened when I was wild camping on my own in a forest in Wales. I live in England, near the Welsh border. This is something I've done dozens of times and continue to do to this day. I think it was April or May of 2013 or 2014. The weather was unseasonably good, and this was the second of 3 nights that I had planned for my trip, although it ended up being the last. First night and second day had been great. Got a lovely long hike in, followed by a pub lunch. I'd driven back to the area I was staying in, and I was now back at my tent. I settled down for the night, read a book, had some beers, and went to sleep. It was probably between 11 p.m. and midnight. I was just in that state where you're semi-conscious, about to drift off, but haven't quite just yet. I slowly became aware of a melodic noise somewhere outside the tent. It didn't sound that close, but maybe within like 50 feet. It sounded like a person perfectly humming a tune. After listening for a couple of minutes, it was definitely somebody humming a tune. When I say perfectly, I mean just that. It sounded like a professional singer or something, because it was perfectly in tune, no voice breaks or falters at all. I can't remember whether it sounded like a man or a woman. At this point, I'm just crapping myself because it's incredibly creepy, like something out of a horror film. I hadn't left my tent at this point, and the humming hadn't gotten any louder. It just stayed a distant background noise. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I couldn't just stay there forever, so I mustered the courage to open my tent as slowly and quietly as I could, to see if I could see anything, or tell where the noise was coming from. Within 5 seconds of me poking my head out of the tent, the humming stopped. It didn't fade away or anything, it just stopped dead, as if somebody had pressed pause on a recording. I'm still very on edge at this point, but at the time I assumed that's just what it was. Somebody playing a prank on a solo camper with an audio recording. I literally couldn't think of any other explanation. Based on that assumption, I shouted something like, "You're not funny, F off." That made me feel a little bit better because I felt like I'd addressed the issue. I don't know, but for whatever reason, it helped my nerves a bit at the time. I let that hang in the air for like 10 more seconds, whilst my head is still poking out of the tent, and it stays quiet. I'm kind of satisfied by this point, so I begin moving back in. As I'm reaching for the tent zipper, though, the humming starts again. Same tune, but much louder, much closer, and from the completely opposite direction. My heart completely sinks, because there's no way somebody could have moved from the first source of the noise to the second without me seeing or hearing something. It is literally physically impossible. It was perfectly quiet in the woods, not even any breeze against the leaves, and yeah, it was dark, but I could still see short distances thanks to the moonlight. In the back of my mind, though, my subconscious is clearly working overtime trying to rationalize this, and I guess I must have assumed that there were multiple pranksters out there, with multiple audio recordings. I can't exactly remember what my thought process was at this point because it's truthfully all a blur. But for one reason or another, I stormed angrily out of the tent toward the now quite loud sound. It sounded as if the person was humming within like 10 feet of the tent. I got up out of the tent, turned toward the noise, ready to scream at the perpetrator or even attack if necessary. And that's when I see this humanoid figure silhouetted against the tree line, maybe 15 feet away from me. My best description of it is this. It was a large, thin figure that was shaped like a human, but way too tall and proportioned all wrong. It was huge. I would guess over 7 feet. Its limbs were unnaturally long, like it had been stretched out in all directions. Its head appeared very small and rounded. I think the figure was gray in color, but I can't be 100% sure because of the poor visibility. I couldn't make out much of its face at all. It just seemed to be shrouded in shadow. I definitely didn't notice any features like eyes, a mouth, or a nose. It was standing quite still, facing directly toward me. I say quite still because there was some movement, in the same way that a person or animal would sway back and forth or make some minor body movements if they were standing up. This was a real, living thing. I know that for a fact. It was not an illusion, it was not a prop, and it was not a prank. This thing was standing right in front of me and was aware of my presence. I'm literally paralyzed by fear at this point. I've never felt anything like it before or since. Just a primal terror, which left me cold, shaking, just standing there quite literally unable to move. I distinctly remember thinking that I needed to get away, but I could not physically move my body. It was the most terrified I have ever been. As I first laid eyes on this creature, the humming stopped, and then immediately it started humming again. But not a song. It started softly singing my name in what sounded like my voice. I know that sounds ridiculous. I know, but I swear that's how I remember it. Even though it was singing in my voice, though, it still didn't sound right. The syllables were just off, as though a non-human had heard speech once and was trying to mimic it for the first time, poorly. I haven't described it well, but I don't think I know the words to do so. This can't have gone on for more than about 10 seconds, but it felt like forever. Me standing there, this creature standing pretty much motionless, and singing my name in my voice. At some point, though, every cell in my body just switched, and I managed to turn and run as fast as I ever have in the opposite direction. For maybe 2 minutes, I was literally sprinting through the woods in just my socks and pajamas, with absolutely no other thought in my mind other than putting distance between myself and that thing. I had no idea which direction I was going or how I would make it back to my tent. When I eventually stopped, I just leaned against this tree, panting for ages. The forest was still completely silent. I must have stayed by that tree for about 2 hours, waiting for my heart rate to settle, trying to calm down and decide what to do. I didn't want to go back to my tent. I was quite happy to leave all my stuff there, but I needed my phone and my car keys to get home. I was several miles away from anywhere. I eventually made my way back, slowly. It wasn't too hard to navigate back to my tent in those woods, because the tree distribution wasn't very dense, and I also hadn't gone quite as far as I had first feared. Once back at my tent, I grabbed just my phone and keys and went back to my car as fast as I was comfortable. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the back seat on my phone, shaking. I didn't even try to get any sleep. Once the sun was up, I managed to go back and pack up my stuff, and I left as quickly as I could. After that, I took an over 2-year break from solo camping, something I used to do every 3 or 4 months. So that's my experience. Make of it what you will. This has stayed with me ever since, and I know it always will. I don't know what was in the woods with me that night, but it has scarred me and transformed the way I think about supernatural experiences. If anyone has encountered anything similar to what I described, I'd be interested to hear. The Call by Anonymous. It was just another Tuesday night shift. I'd been on the force for about 5 years at that point, and night shifts were starting to feel routine. Quiet nights punctuated by the occasional drunk and disorderly, maybe a domestic dispute here and there. Nothing too crazy in our sleepy little town. I was halfway through my third cup of coffee when the call came in. Dispatch said they'd received a 911 call from an elderly woman at what we'll call 1247 Maple Street. She sounded distressed, kept saying she needed help, but wouldn't give any details. Pretty standard stuff for calls involving the elderly. Could be anything from a fall to a break-in. I keyed the mic. 10-4, I'm on my way. The address was on the outskirts of town. One of those old neighborhoods where the houses were built back in the 50s. As I turned onto Maple Street, I noticed how quiet it was. No porch lights, no TV glow from windows. It was only 9 p.m., but it felt later. 1247 was at the very end of the street, an old Victorian-style house that had seen better days. The paint was peeling, and the front yard looked like it hadn't been mowed in months. No lights were on inside or out. I parked the cruiser and got out, my hand instinctively resting on my holster. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. The air was completely still. No cricket sounds, no distant traffic noise. Just silence. "Hello?" I called out as I approached the front porch. "This is the police. We received a call from this address. Is anyone home?" No response. I tried again, louder this time, but still nothing. The porch creaked under my weight as I made my way to the front door. I noticed the mailbox was stuffed full, envelopes sticking out haphazardly. Hadn't been checked in a long while by the looks of it. I knocked on the door. "Ma'am, are you all right in there? This is Officer Davis with the police department. We got a call that you needed help." Silence. I tried the doorknob. Locked. I peered through the small window in the door, but it was pitch black inside. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it through the glass. The beam revealed a dusty, empty entryway. No furniture, no pictures on the walls, just bare hardwood floors and cobwebs in the corners. A chill ran down my spine. There was definitely something that was not right here. I radioed in. "Dispatch, this is Davis. I'm at 1247 Maple Street. No response at the door. House appears to be empty. Can you confirm the address of the 911 call?" There was a pause, then dispatch came back. "Confirmed, Officer Davis. Call came from a landline at 1247 Maple Street." 10-4, I replied. "I'm going to need to make entry to check on the welfare of the caller." I went back to my cruiser and grabbed the lock-picking kit. It wasn't something we used often, but in cases like this, it was necessary. As I worked on the lock, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the street remained empty and silent. The lock finally gave way with a soft click. I pushed the door open slowly, hand on my gun. "Police," I called out. "Anyone home?" My voice echoed through the empty house. I stepped inside, flashlight beam sweeping across the barren rooms. No furniture, no signs of life, just dust and shadows. I made my way through the first door, checking each room. Kitchen, living room, dining room, all empty. No appliances, no curtains, nothing. It was like no one had lived here in ages. As I headed upstairs, the floorboards creaked under my feet. The silence in the house was oppressive. The only thing that broke it was my footsteps and the sound of my own breathing. The second floor was just as empty as the first. Bare rooms, peeling wallpaper, cobwebs in every corner. No sign of an elderly woman, no sign that anyone had been here recently at all. Back downstairs, I noticed something that I'd missed before. There was a door under the staircase, probably leading to a basement. I hesitated for a moment before opening it. The hinges groaned, and a musty smell wafted up from below. I shone my flashlight down the stairs. They looked old and rickety, but seemed stable enough. Taking a deep breath, I started down. The basement was a single large room, concrete floors and walls, and like the rest of the house, it was completely empty. No old furniture, no boxes of junk, just nothing. But there was something else. As I swept my flashlight around, I noticed a small pile of what looked like ash in one corner. I walked over to investigate. It wasn't ash, it was dust, a thick layer of it, undisturbed for what must have been years. And in the middle of the dust, a phone. An old rotary phone, the kind I remembered my grandparents having when I was a kid. It sat there, silent and still, covered in the same layer of dust as the floor around it. I stared at it for a long moment, my mind racing. This couldn't be the phone that had called 911, right? It wasn't even connected to anything. There were no wires, there was no jack in the wall nearby. A sudden chill swept through the basement, raising goosebumps on my arms. I had had enough. The whole situation was beyond weird, and I needed to get out of there. I climbed the stairs quickly, not looking back. As I reached the main floor, I thought I heard something. What was it? Something faint, like someone whispering. I froze, listening intently. Nothing. Just the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I made my way to the front door, moving faster than I'd like to admit. As I stepped out onto the porch, I could have sworn I heard it again. A whisper, right behind me. But when I turned, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, there was nothing there. I closed and locked the door and then practically ran to my cruiser. As I slid into the driver's seat, I let out a long, shaky breath. What the hell had just happened? I sat there for a few minutes trying to calm my nerves and to make sense of it all. An empty house, a 911 call from a disconnected phone. And those whispers. I shook my head. No, there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe some kids playing a prank, or a glitch in the 911 system, or anything but what my imagination was currently suggesting, I guess. I started the car and headed back to the station. I needed to file my report, but more than that, I needed to do some digging. Something wasn't right about 1247 Maple Street, and I was going to find out what it was. Back at the station, I sat down at my computer and pulled up the address in our system. Nothing came up at first. No recent calls, no reports filed. I expanded the search to go back even further, and that's when things got interesting. 10 years ago, there had been a death at that address. An elderly woman named Margaret Holloway, 82 years old, found deceased in her home. Natural causes, according to the report. Nothing suspicious, according to the report. I dug deeper. Margaret had been a widow, no children. After her death, the house had gone to a nephew who lived out of state. He had put it up for sale, but it never sold. The last record I could find showed the nephew had stopped paying property taxes about 5 years prior. So an empty house, a dead owner, no one living there for a decade, and yet somehow a 911 call had come from that very address tonight. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the late hours starting to catch up with me. None of this made any sense. I decided to check one more thing before calling it a night. I pulled up the phone records for the 911 call. There it was, clear as day. 9:03 p.m., call from 1247 Maple Street. But when I looked at the details, my blood ran cold. The call had come from a landline, a number that, according to our records, had been disconnected over 10 years ago. I sat back in my chair, my mind reeling. This wasn't just weird anymore, this was impossible. "Hey Davis, you alright?" I looked up to see Johnson, one of the other night shift officers, giving me a concerned look. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Just wrapping up a strange call, you know." Johnson nodded. "Anything interesting?" I hesitated. How could I explain what had happened without sounding crazy? In the end, I decided to keep it vague. "I got a call from an address, but when I got there, the place was empty." Trying to figure out what happened, I guess. Johnson shrugged. Probably just kids messing around. You know how it is, small town, bored teenagers." "Yeah," I said. "Probably." But I knew it wasn't kids. Kids don't make 911 calls from disconnected phones and abandoned houses. I finished up my report, careful to stick to the facts. Empty house, no sign of disturbance, unable to locate the caller. I left out the part about the disconnected phone in the basement. That was something I needed to look into more before I put it on an official report. As I drove home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. Some crucial piece of the puzzle that would make everything make sense. I told myself I'd go back to the house in the daylight and take another look around. Maybe things would be clearer then. But deep down I knew. Whatever was going on at 1247 Maple Street, it was not something that could be explained away by daylight. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that phone in the dusty old basement, and in the silence of my bedroom, I could have sworn I heard those same whispers. The next morning, I woke up early, determined to get to the bottom of this. I showered, threw on some clothes, and headed out. I wasn't on duty, but this wasn't really official business anyway. This was personal now. I parked my car a little way down from 1247 Maple Street and walked the rest of the way. In the light of day, the house looked even more run down than it had the night before. The grass in the front yard was overgrown, reaching almost to my knees. Paint was peeling off the siding in long strips. One of the upstairs windows was cracked. As I approached the front door, I noticed something that I had missed in the darkness last night. There was a small plaque next to the door, tarnished and barely legible. I leaned in close to make out the words. Margaret Holloway, piano lessons. So, Margaret had been a piano teacher. I filed that information away, not sure if it was relevant, but not wanting to overlook anything. I used my lock-picking kit to get in again, feeling a bit guilty about entering without a warrant, but I wasn't really here as a cop. I was just here to find answers. Inside, the house was just as empty as it had been the night before, but in the daylight I could see details that I had missed. The wallpaper in the living room had a faded floral pattern. There were marks on the floor where furniture had once stood. In one corner of what must have been the dining room, I could see a darker patch of hardwood, probably where a piano had been. I made my way upstairs, each step creaking loudly in the silent house. The bedrooms were bare, but in what I guessed was once Margaret's room, there was a faded rectangle on one wall, where a mirror might have hung for years. Back downstairs, I hesitated at the basement door. Part of me really didn't want to go down there again, but I knew I had to. Whatever answers there were to be found, they were down in that basement. The stairs creaked as I descended. The basement was just as I remembered it. Bare, concrete, empty, except for that pile of dust in the corner. And there in the middle of the dust was the phone. I approached it slowly, half expecting it to ring. It didn't, of course, it just sat there, silent and still. But I noticed something strange. This time, it was covered in a thick layer of dust that hadn't been there the night before. I crouched down next to it, examining it closely. It was an old model, probably from the 1960s or 70s. The plastic was yellowed with age. The numbers on the rotary dial faded almost to invisibility. And then I saw it, something I had also missed in the darkness last night. There was a cord attached to the phone, disappearing into the dust on the floor. I brushed some of the dust away, revealing more of the cord. It led to the wall, where it vanished into a small hole. My heart was pounding as I followed the cord. It couldn't be connected. The record said the line had been disconnected a decade ago. And yet, I put my ear to the receiver, holding my breath. For a long moment, there was nothing. And then, so faintly I thought I might have imagined it, I heard a dial tone. I dropped the receiver like it had burned me, scrambling backward. This was impossible, completely and utterly impossible. As much as I wanted to continue with the investigation, to find out more about Margaret and to figure out what keeps her here, and to figure out how the hell that phone had a dial tone, I just couldn't. Other cases came up. I couldn't spend any more time on it. And the other officer and I could really only shrug our shoulders. But it has changed my perception of what was possible. Sometimes I think maybe it's a blessing to have more of an open mind. But sometimes when we get another call from 1247 Maple, which happens every few months, I feel like it's more of a curse. I feel like I have unfinished business there, like Margaret is calling me back. But whether or not I'll ever be able to answer that call, I can't really say. Something Found Me in Maine by Aromatic Industry 401, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. Back in 2010, I was driving around looking for a place to bird hunt. I finally stopped at a piece of town-owned property that I had only gone on once before, and that was to fish for trout in a brook that crossed about a mile in. After parking, I started down an old tote road that split the property for its entire length. The day was very nice and nothing seemed unusual. I followed the road until I got to the far side of an old wood yard that abutted the stream. That's when it just got quiet. The opening was probably 20 yards across with the brook hidden behind some alders on the other side. I sensed it before I heard it. Something told me not to go across the clearing to the stream. I have spent a lifetime in the woods, and I've only had that feeling a few times. The first sound that I heard was heavy steps, very deliberate and slow. I couldn't see what was making that sound, and for no reason at all, I felt fear. I knew that I did not want to see what was approaching me. It stopped at the brook, and I heard it cross and walk to the edge of the alders and then stop. All that I had was a single shot 20 gauge with birdshot. I had a feeling of danger. It moved on the inside of the alders to my left, a few yards at a time. The only glimpse that I caught was a dark, narrow figure, very tall, like at least 7 foot. Not knowing what else to do, I pointed my shotgun in the air and touched off a shot. It just stayed where it was. I shouted and it didn't move. That little voice told me to go. Don't run, but go. As I backed up, the alders where I had last heard it move parted, like it was trying to get a better look. But whatever it was stayed right there, as if to let me know it saw me and to go no farther. That mile walk back to my truck felt as if I was walking through a cemetery at night, always turning around, looking everywhere. This encounter has played over and over in my mind. I don't know what that was. I have never gone back, only because something inside of me is saying that it wouldn't end well. 14 years later, and it still scares me. Anyway, that's my encounter, and I've never told anyone until now. The Address That Shouldn't Be There by Lost Navigator 42. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, otherworldly beings. I chalked it all up to overactive imaginations and too many horror movies. But something's been happening lately that's making me question everything I thought I knew about reality. It started about 3 weeks ago, and I still can't explain it. I bought a new car. Nothing fancy, just a reliable sedan with decent gas mileage. It came with a built-in GPS system, which I was pretty excited about. No more fumbling with my phone while driving or getting lost on the way to new places. For the first couple of weeks, everything was great. The GPS worked perfectly, guiding me efficiently to work, to friends' houses, to new restaurants, anywhere I needed to go. Then one Friday evening, things got weird. I was heading to meet some coworkers for happy hour at a bar across town. I punched in the address and set off. About halfway there, the GPS suddenly recalculated my route. I figured there must be traffic or an accident ahead, so I didn't think much of it, and followed the new directions. After about 10 minutes, I realized we were heading into a part of town I didn't recognize. The buildings were getting older, more run down. The streets were narrower and there were fewer cars around. I was starting to get a little nervous, wondering if I should turn back. But I decided to trust the GPS. Maybe there was a shortcut through this neighborhood I didn't know about. Finally, the GPS announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I looked around, confused. I was on a quiet residential street lined with old Victorian houses. Many of them looked abandoned, with boarded-up windows and overgrown yards. There wasn't a bar in sight, let alone the trendy spot where I was supposed to meet my coworkers. I double-checked the address that I'd entered. It was correct. I tried re-entering it, thinking maybe there had been a glitch. The GPS still insisted that I was already at your destination. Frustrated, I called one of my coworkers to get directions. And as I described where I was, she sounded bewildered. "There is no neighborhood like that anywhere near the bar," she said. "Are you sure you're still in the city?" I ended up using my phone's map app to navigate back to familiar territory and eventually made it to the bar, over an hour late and thoroughly unsettled. I chalked it up to a weird GPS malfunction and tried to forget about it. But it happened again the next day. I was going to the grocery store, a trip I've made hundreds of times, when the GPS once again directed me to that same strange street. This time I ignored it and drove to the store using my own knowledge of the area. The GPS kept insisting I make a U-turn and head back to that non-existent address. Over the next few days, it happened again and again. No matter where I was going, no matter what address I entered, the GPS would eventually try to direct me to that same street. I took the car to the dealership, explaining the problem. They ran diagnostics and said everything was working fine. They even took it for a test drive and said the GPS worked perfectly for them. I started to feel like I was going crazy. Was I imagining things? Was I somehow entering the wrong addresses without realizing it? I began to dread getting in my car, knowing that eerie voice would eventually pipe up, trying to lead me back to that place. After about a week of this, I decided I had to go back to that street. I had to prove to myself that it was real, that I wasn't losing my mind. So one Saturday afternoon, I got in the car and let the GPS guide me there without resistance. As I drove, I felt a growing sense of unease. The sky seemed to darken, even though it was only mid-afternoon. The air inside the car felt heavy, oppressive. I found myself gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. When I finally arrived on that street, it looked just as I remembered. Old, decrepit houses lining both sides, an atmosphere of abandonment and decay. I drove slowly down the street, looking for, I don't know what, Some sign of why I was being drawn here, I guess. About halfway down the block, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a house that looked different from the others. It wasn't run down or abandoned. It looked new, or at least well-maintained. The paint was fresh, the yard was neatly manicured, and a warm light spilled from the windows. But that wasn't what frightened me. What scared me was that the house looked exactly like mine. Same color, same style, and same layout. Even the car in the driveway was identical to mine. It was like looking at a mirror image of my home, transplanted to this street. I sat there, staring at the house, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank or a hallucination. As I watched, I saw a movement behind one of the curtains. A figure passed by the window, just a silhouette, but it looked so familiar. Suddenly, my phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. It was my mom, calling to chat. I answered, my voice shaky, and I tried to have a normal conversation, but all the time we talked, I kept staring at that house. My house, but not mine, unable to look away. After a few minutes, my mom asked if everything was okay. I sounded strange, she said. Without really thinking about it, I started to tell her where I was, about the GPS problems I'd been having, about this street and the copy of my house sitting in front of me. There was a long pause when I finished speaking. I guess I expected her to say any number of things. You're crazy, go get a psych eval, anything. But not what she said. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Oh, honey, it found you." A chill ran down my spine. It what? Who what? It what? What do you mean? What found me? I couldn't even find words. She sighed heavily. I never told you this because I hoped it wouldn't happen to you. But the same thing happened to me when I was about your age, and it happened to my mother before me. My mind was spinning. What are you talking about? What is this place? I don't know exactly, she said. None of us do, but it's been happening in our family for generations. The women in our family, when they reach a certain age, they start getting drawn to that place. The street that doesn't exist with the house that looks just like home. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But why? What does it mean? I don't know, she repeated. Some of us think it's a glimpse into another world, a parallel universe where things are just slightly different. Others think it's some kind of test or calling. All I know is that it eventually stops. The GPS goes back to normal and you never find that street again, no matter how hard you look. Before GPS, people would just end up there, and then eventually they wouldn't. Did you ever see anyone in the house? I asked, remembering the figure I'd glimpsed in the window. There was another long pause. Yes, she finally said. I saw myself, an older version of myself, looking out at me. She seemed sad, like she was trying to warn me about something. I looked back at the house, half expecting to see an older version of myself staring back, but the curtains were still, the house quiet. What do I do now? I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. You go home, my mom said firmly. You go home to your real home and you live your life. Don't try to chase this, don't try to figure it out. It will pass. And one day, years from now, you might have this same conversation with your own daughter. I wanted to argue, to demand more answers, but something in her voice told me this was all she could give. So I said goodbye, started my car, and drove home, my mind whirling with questions. That was weeks ago. The GPS still tries to direct me to that street sometimes, but less frequently now. I've started using my phone for navigation instead. I haven't gone back to that street, though every day I'm tempted. The need to know, to understand, it gnaws at me constantly. But I'm trying to follow my mom's advice. I'm trying to live my life normally, to pretend that that street doesn't exist, that I never saw my house's doppelganger, or that the shadowy figure in the window wasn't there. Most days I can almost convince myself that it was all a dream or a hallucination brought on by stress. But then I'll catch a glimpse of my GPS screen from the corner of my eye, see it trying to redirect me, and that feeling of unease comes flooding back. I can't help but wonder, what would happen if I followed those directions again? What if I knocked on the door of that familiar yet strange house? What if I came face to face with myself? I don't know if I'll ever have the courage to find out. For now, I'm writing this all down partly just to get it off my chest, and partly to create a record in case anything happens. If one day I work up the nerve to go back to unravel this mystery, I want there to be some evidence of where it all started, in case I don't make it back or something. To anyone reading this, have you ever experienced anything similar? Has your GPS ever tried to lead you somewhere that doesn't exist, that shouldn't exist? Have you ever stumbled upon a place that looked like home but wasn't? Or is this just some bizarre quirk unique to the women in my family? I honestly don't know which answer scares me more. But for now, I'll keep driving my usual routes, ignoring the GPS when it tries to pull me off course. I'll go to work, I'll meet my friends for dinner, I'll run errands, all the normal things that make up a life. But always in the back of my mind, there's that street, that house, that window, with its shadowy figure of a future me. The Scariest Thing I've Ever Experienced by Facetious General 42, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I do a lot of camping and hiking all over the western US. Oddly, my only paranormal experience in the wild occurred in my own hometown. I live near the beach, in a town on the back side of a large bay, separated from the ocean by a sand dune strand about 5 miles long. At the very back of this bay is a forest of eucalyptus trees, and just to the north of that forest is a massive eucalyptus growing all on its own. The branches hang down to form a kind of half-dome around its base, and it's a popular spot for teenagers to have a fire, camp, and do all manner of illicit teenager activities. Local kids call it the ghost tree, probably for reasons that are about to become clear. My friends and I were down there one night, having a little fire and sitting around being boisterous kids, far enough away from town to not bother anybody. During a lull in the conversation, we all hear very clearly a young girl call out, "Hello?" Everyone freezes. Again, this kid calls, "Hello?" My friend stands up suddenly and stares at a bush about 10 yards from us for a second, then starts booking it back toward the main woods and the trail out of there. The rest of us took just long enough to kick out the fire before bolting off behind him. Turns out the first friend who took off had spotted a pair of eyes staring out of the bushes at us. There's a neighborhood that backs up against those woods, and I know a woman who used to live in one of those houses with windows that looked out directly into the trees. Whatever that thing is back there pretending to be a little girl, everyone who lives nearby has seen it or heard it, and they all get a distinctly hostile vibe from it. I no longer go back there anywhere near sunset. The Haunted Hemingway House. During my visit to Ernest Hemingway's home and museum in Key West, I was eager to explore the residence of one of America's most iconic authors, and one of my favorites. The house, with its lush gardens and historic charm, offered a glimpse into Hemingway's world. My experience took on a bit of a different turn, though, as I ventured into the heart of his former home. The highlight of my tour was the writing studio, where Hemingway penned many of his famous works. As I approached the room, I felt an unexpected shift in the atmosphere. It was as if the air had grown denser, and a chill settled over the space. The studio, with its antique typewriter and book-lined walls, exuded a palpable sense of history and creativity, but there was something else in the air. As I stood there, I felt a presence, an almost tangible weight in the air. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable. Shadows seemed to move around the room, their forms indistinct, but otherworldly. It was like the very essence of Hemingway's creative spirit was still active within the walls. It's hard to explain. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadowy figure, a couple of them actually, flitting near the studio's entrance. Whenever I tried to focus on them directly, they would vanish. They weren't clearly defined, but their movements suggested a lingering presence, one that seemed to be connected to the room itself. If I didn't know the lore surrounding the Hemingway house, I could have easily written this off. But it's believed that the ghost of Ernest Hemingway himself, along with the spirits of his beloved cats, continues to inhabit the house. Hemingway's presence is thought to linger particularly in the writing studio. No surprise, he likely spent countless hours crafting his stories there, and the cats, who were a significant part of his life, are said to still roam the property, their ghostly forms appearing alongside their famous owner. Of course, there are also real cats there, but those were not the ones that I saw. Whatever happened there, the experience added another dimension to the historic home, and, although perhaps a little eerie, did nothing but enrich my experience. The Lady in White at the Tampa Theater. I was attending a film at the historic Tampa Theater, and I was really excited. I wanted to experience the classic ambiance of the venue and the modern comforts that it offered. The theater had very ornate decor and a vintage charm that was just perfect for a night out. The movie started and I settled into my seat. I was just kind of looking around at all of the intricate details of the theater's interior, the grandeur of the architecture, the soft, ambient lighting. It created an atmosphere of timeless elegance that I really appreciated. After the previews, the film had just started, and that's when I noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head and I saw this ghostly figure standing near the front of the theater. The apparition was a woman in a flowing white dress. She looked really ethereal and almost translucent. Her presence contrasted so sharply with the darkened theater that I figured everybody had seen her, but upon looking around, it didn't seem like anyone else noticed she was there. She was mesmerizing, but also a little bit unsettling. She moved gracefully, her gaze fixed on the screen, like she was just a part of the audience. The sight of the Lady in White was fleeting. She seemed to kind of disappear into the shadows. Her presence left an indelible impression on me, though. I just couldn't shake the feeling of having witnessed something extraordinary. The rest of the movie felt different, and it was hard to concentrate. The whole thing was now tinged with the memory of this woman in white, and wondering what her story was. Later I found out. The Lady in White is believed to be the spirit of someone who used to perform there and who loved the theater deeply. According to local lore, she was a talented artist who graced the stage in her time, and even in death, remained devoted to the venue she cherished. Her ghostly appearances are thought to be a manifestation of her lingering affection for the theater. Whatever the truth, I will never forget her, and maybe that's the point. The Phantom Campfire by Jeremy L. I'll start by saying that I am not somebody who scares easily. I have camped all over the place, mountains, forests, deserts, and I've always found a sense of peace in nature. The kind of peace you just can't find in a city, you know? So when I had the chance to take a weekend trip alone into a remote part of the forest near my hometown, I jumped at the opportunity. I packed my gear, made sure to bring plenty of food and water, and set off early on a Friday afternoon, eager for some time away from the noise of everyday life. The spot I'd picked out was a bit off the beaten path, so there weren't going to be any other campers around. I was fine with that. The more isolated, the better. I hiked about 4 miles in before I found the perfect clearing to set up my tent. I made camp, started a small fire, and settled in for the night. There's something about the sound of a crackling fire in the woods, the smell of wood smoke hanging in the air, and the quiet of it all that's really calming. After a couple of hours, the fire had burned down a bit, and I found myself just sitting there, watching the flames flicker, feeling more relaxed than I had in a long time. That's when I noticed something strange. Off in the distance, maybe 50 or 60 yards away, I saw the faint glow of another campfire. At first I thought I was just imagining things. Maybe it was just the reflection of my own fire playing tricks on my eyes. But as I squinted, I realized it wasn't an illusion. There was definitely a campfire, flickering in the distance with no one around it. Now, normally, I would just brush something like this off. I mean, other people do camp. I figured maybe it was another hiker or camper setting up, and their fire was just in a spot I couldn't see from my campsite. But something about it felt wrong. The fire was too far away to hear any sounds, but it wasn't far enough for someone to be setting up a campfire and not have any other signs of life. No voices, no movements, nothing. I stood up and grabbed my flashlight, thinking I might head over and say hello. The thought of meeting fellow campers didn't bother me at all, but the way the fire flickered in the distance gave me a strange sense of unease that I still can't explain. Still, curiosity got the better of me, so I grabbed my stuff and walked toward the fire. As I got closer, I began to feel more and more unsettled. The closer I got, the more intense the glow of the fire seemed, but it wasn't making any noise. The woods around me were deathly silent, and I noticed that the air felt a little colder. I couldn't explain it, but it was like the temperature had dropped a few degrees in just a matter of minutes. The trees loomed over me, and the shadows seemed weird, like they didn't quite match the trees overhead. I brushed it off and kept going. I was almost at the fire, when suddenly, it just disappeared. Just like that. And I don't mean it went out. I mean 1 second it was there, and the next the whole campfire was gone. No reason, it just stopped. I froze, staring at the empty space where the fire had been. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a rational explanation for what this was. Was there someone else here? Was it some kind of elaborate prank? Someone who saw me coming and snuffed out the fire? But no, I was almost on top of it when it went out and then disappeared, like even the stuff to make the fire was gone. But still, what in the world was going on? I took a few more steps toward the spot, now only illuminated by my flashlight, which wasn't much help. The area around the fire was completely empty. No tent, no gear, no nothing. Just bare ground and some grass. It looked like no one had been there at all in a very long time. I scanned the area, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but it felt like the forest itself was pressing in on me. I know it's corny to say that the silence was suffocating, but it really was. You could almost reach out and touch how thick the atmosphere was. I called out a few times, thinking maybe somebody would answer me, but nothing. Not even a breeze. I turned to leave, thinking maybe I was just really tired or something. Maybe I had made the whole thing up in my head. Or maybe it was fireflies. I was really reaching for any explanation. But then, a soft noise, barely audible. It was a whisper that I could hardly hear, but it was clear enough for me to know the single word it spoke. My name. I whipped around, but there was no one there. Just the trees, the shadows, and that eerie, eerie silence. And then, Jeremy. I booked it back toward my campsite, my heart pounding in my chest, my instincts telling me to get out of there before I did something else stupid. I reached my tent, zipped it shut as fast as possible, and sat inside for the rest of the night, just listening to the quiet. Every once in a while, I'd peek out of the tent's little opening, hoping to see some sign of other campers, maybe a car pulling up, anything that would explain what I had just witnessed. But nothing. The forest was still and silent. I didn't sleep much that night, and when morning came, I packed up my gear in a hurry. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, even in the daylight. I wasn't even sure that I wanted to stay another night. I mean, I'd gone there for some peace and quiet, but that had turned into something quite the opposite. On my hike out, I was on high alert. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing there and watching me. But the woods seemed to be empty, and the only sound was the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. To this day, I don't really have an explanation for what I saw. I don't know if it was a person playing a prank, some weird natural phenomenon, or something else entirely. And you know something? I'm okay with not knowing. The Phantom of the Don Cesar Hotel. My stay at the Don Cesar Hotel in St. Pete Beach was meant to be a luxurious escape. However, it turned into an unforgettable encounter with the supernatural. The hotel, with its grand architecture and historic charm, exuded an old-world elegance that made it feel like you were just stepping back in time. It was pretty late one night. I decided to take a nice walk through the hotel's hallways. They were quite opulent, and I always like wandering the hotels I stay in, just to see what they're like. The chandeliers glowed softly and cast long shadows, and the hallways were eerily quiet. It wasn't that late. I kind of expected more people, but oh well, more for myself, I guess. I walked along, looking at all of the ornate decor and the classic furniture, and I felt a weird sensation, like I wasn't totally alone. That's when I saw a figure at the end of the hallway. At first glance, it seemed to be a man who was dressed in kind of a vintage suit. His attire reminded me of the early 20th century. He just stood there, gazing off into the distance. He seemed a little bit melancholic. His appearance was somewhat translucent, and he seemed to fade in and out of view. I froze. I couldn't tear myself away. The figure just seemed to move, slowly, but it was like he was drifting, not walking. His expression looked so sad. I wanted to approach, but a chill ran down my spine, and then the air grew cold around me. The ghostly figure eventually turned and just walked down a hallway, and I couldn't find him again after that. The next morning, I did some Googling, and I found out that there's actually some lore behind what I saw. Apparently, the figure is Thomas Rowe, the founder of the Don Cesar Hotel. According to legend anyway, his spirit lingers in search of a lost love, a woman that he was deeply devoted to, but who was tragically taken from him before they could be together. It made me so sad to think about this guy just always looking for the person that he loved. That night really made an imprint on me. It made me see things differently. And even though it's still a little bit creepy, I think I just find it more fascinating than anything else. The residents of the Biltmore Hotel. I went to stay at the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables. I was really excited because I'd heard it was super luxurious and had a bunch of historic qualities to it too. And boy did it. It has this grand architecture and elegant decor. It was really mesmerizing, but I didn't know much about the hotel's past. I would soon though, in a way that I didn't quite expect. It was a pretty quiet evening. I decided to go for a walk around the grounds. The grandeur of the Biltmore was even more striking in the soft glow of the night lights. For some reason, I started to feel uneasy. Everything seemed colder than it should be. And what was soothing turned into something a bit more unsettling. I wandered around, and I started to hear faint noises coming from inside through one of the hallways. Like an idiot, I went to investigate. As I got into one of the hallways, I heard soft footsteps behind me, doors creaking open and closed, but there was nobody there. I traveled the whole length, and there was nothing that could have made that sound. The sounds were disconcerting enough, but they seemed to be getting closer. I glanced around, but everything was still empty, and then the noises ceased as quickly as they had started. As I walked down the hall, I saw two different apparitions. One was a man who seemed kind of sad and a little bit confused. He was wandering aimlessly. The second one I saw was a woman in kind of a vintage dress. She was pretty fleeting, flickering in and out, but I did see her pretty clearly. She seemed to be looking for something. Apparently, several guests have come to quite tragic ends at the Biltmore, and it's said that they still haunt the place. I think it's pretty sad that they never found a way to move on, but it was an experience that definitely changed my perception of things. It made me think about the world differently and what could be possible, and I guess that's worth something. Vanishing Shrine in Kyoto. I was in Kyoto for a few days, just wandering around the city, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere and taking in the temples, shrines, and general beauty of the place. Kyoto is full of hidden gems, and I was in the mood to discover one on my own, without following a strict tourist itinerary. The streets are lined with little alleyways, and I had already stumbled across some quaint shops and cool little spots, so I wasn't surprised when I found myself wandering into a more quiet, less traveled area of town. It was a cool afternoon, and I had been walking for a couple of hours, soaking up the energy of the city. I was on my way to one of the larger temples in the city, just letting myself get lost in the maze of narrow streets, when I noticed something that caught my eye: a small shrine tucked between two buildings. It wasn't particularly large, but it stood out in its simplicity, almost like it had been forgotten by time. The stone lanterns flanked the path, and the wooden torii gate looked worn but beautiful. There was something about the shrine that felt different, like it didn't belong in the city, or like I wasn't supposed to find it. I stopped, curious. I pulled out my phone to take a picture. There was a sense of quiet around the shrine, the usual hustle of the city, blocked out by the small space it occupied. It wasn't on any map I had, nor could I see any signs in the area that would point me to it. It didn't look abandoned necessarily, but it wasn't well kept either. It was as though it was in a forgotten corner of Kyoto, existing on its own. I snapped a couple of photos, admiring the simple beauty of the shrine. It had a unique energy to it, almost like an old secret that only the city knew. I was still lost in the moment when I decided to turn around and take one last shot from a different angle. And that's when it happened. I turned back around expecting to see the shrine standing there in front of me, but it wasn't. The spot where the shrine had been was completely empty. It wasn't just that the shrine had vanished. The entire area where it had stood was just gone. There was nothing there. No stone lanterns, no torii gate, not even the worn steps leading up to the shrine. The space was just blank, like none of it had ever existed. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. I blinked a few times, thinking that maybe I was just tired. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I stepped forward to double check, but no matter how I looked at the space, there was nothing there. The alley that the shrine had been on had a few potted plants and a couple of shops farther down, but the space where the shrine had stood was now just empty street. I felt a cold chill run through me, and I started to question my sanity. Had I imagined it? But I knew I hadn't. I had seen it clearly. There was no way I could have mistaken it. I looked around to see if anybody else had noticed, but the street was deserted. It was just me, standing in the middle of this empty space, unsure of what to think. I pulled my phone out again, my hands shaking a bit. I looked at the photos I had taken earlier, the ones of the shrine. When I scrolled through the pictures, something odd hit me. The photos seemed to have a strange, almost hazy blur to them, like they didn't fully capture the shrine the way I had seen it. The images were clear enough, but something about them felt off. It's hard to explain, it just didn't look like the photos of the place that I had just been. I walked back a few steps, thinking maybe I was just disoriented. I walked in a circle around the block, trying to make sense of it. But when I came back to the same spot, nothing had changed. The shrine wasn't there. The street was still as ordinary as it had been before. The city hummed around me, but there was a strange quiet in the air, as if the world around me had paused somehow. I spent the next hour or so walking around, trying to shake the feeling. I went to the nearest tourist information center to ask about the shrine, but when I showed them the pictures on my phone, the staff just gave me a confused look. They didn't recognize the shrine, and none of the maps they had listed it as a point of interest. I wasn't surprised, I guess, but I did feel this weird sense of unease. How could something so small and seemingly insignificant just vanish from reality? I tried to convince myself that I'd just been looking at the wrong part of the city. Maybe I'd been too caught up in my own thoughts and hadn't been paying attention. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that just doesn't make sense. I had been sure of the location, and I had even seen the shrine clearly with my own eyes. A few days later, I walked through the area again, hoping to find some trace of the shrine. I checked the alleyways, I walked up and down the same streets, but nothing. It was like the shrine had just never existed at all. The whole area was as normal as any other part of Kyoto. No traces of the place, no hints that something had been hidden there just days before. Even now, I just can't stop thinking about it. I've tried researching it, asking locals, looking through old maps of the city, but I can't find any record of that shrine anywhere. What My Mother Said in the Weeks Leading Up to Her Death Scared Us All by Ziggy Z Red, posted to r/paranormal. A few years ago, my mother died after a long battle with cancer. In her last few weeks, she was bedridden at home at one point and on heavy pain medication. The whole family took turns to help and spend time with her, and what she told us toward the end gave us all a shock. She kept having a scared reaction to something. She'd jump and say, "Oh God," or she'd swear as if something had made her jump. She didn't say anything at first, but then after a week or two, blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. "I wish he'd stop scaring me. Tell him to go away." She was annoyed at something, or someone to be exact. Confused, we asked her what the problem was, and she told us. Apparently, in her last few weeks, she kept seeing her deceased partner walking around the house. He'd walk down the hallway, or past her bedroom door, or sometimes he'd be sitting in her room. And every time it would happen, she would jump with fright, obviously not expecting to see him there. She was more annoyed than scared. She'd see him several times a day just going about his business as if he had never left. Usually her reaction would be, "Oh, for God's sake, go away!" Not because she didn't want to see him, but because it kept making her jump. Our first thought was that it was something to do with the pain medication she was receiving, but the nurse assured us that it would not cause hallucinations or visions. It scared the bloody crap out of us, I know that much. She went into hospice a few weeks later and the visions stopped. Weird, huh? We still don't even talk about it. That's how creeped out we all are. Anyway, thanks. I Found a Mirror Deep in the Woods by Eric T. I spend a lot of my time in the woods in Alabama, mostly on public land. I like to go out there to clear my head sometimes. No music or podcasts, just walking old logging roads and seeing where they go. I've done it for years, and I'm pretty comfortable being out there alone. This happened last fall, not far from the Talladega National Forest area. I won't say exactly where, but it was several miles past the last marked trail. The road turned into two ruts, and grass had started growing in the middle. I wasn't camping or hunting. I was just walking with a small pack and a sidearm, same as always. I noticed the mirror because it reflected sunlight straight into my eyes. At first, I thought it was a piece of metal, or maybe a road sign somebody dragged out there. There's a lot of illegal dumping, so that wouldn't have surprised me. But the reflection didn't move the way metal does when you change position. It stayed steady. I stepped off the road and found a full-length mirror nailed to a pine tree. Not leaned against it, nailed. 2 big nails right through the frame, sunk deep into the tree. The mirror looked old, but not weather-damaged. There were no cracks or no fogging. The glass was clean. That alone was strange enough that I should have left. But I didn't. I looked around first. No campsite or trash. No footprints that I could see. No ribbon or survey markers. Nothing that suggested anyone had been back there recently. The ground around the tree looked undisturbed. I stood in front of it and checked my reflection. It was me. Same clothes, same posture. Nothing obviously wrong at first. But the framing felt off. The mirror was perfectly vertical, flat against the tree. But the reflection looked like I was standing closer than I actually was. I took a step to the side. My reflection followed, but not right away. It lagged, just enough for me to notice. It was nothing dramatic or exaggerated, just late, like bad video buffering. I tested it again, stepped left. Delay. Stepped right. Same thing. I told myself it was uneven ground, or light doing something weird. That's what you do in moments like that. You try to keep things normal. But then I noticed the background. The woods behind my reflection didn't match the woods behind me. The trees were spaced differently. The ground sloped the wrong way. I turned around to check, and then looked back. The mirror still showed me facing forward. I hadn't turned at all in the reflection. That's when my stomach dropped. I raised my left hand slowly. In the mirror, my hand came up after mine stopped moving. I lowered it. Same delay. And then my reflection blinked, but I hadn't. I took a step back, far enough that my whole body should have been visible, but the mirror only showed me from the chest up. The rest of me just wasn't there. I started hearing something behind me. Not footsteps, more like movement through leaves, slow and close. I didn't turn around. I kept watching the mirror. My reflection leaned closer to the glass. It didn't move. Its face looked exactly like mine, but the expression wasn't right. It wasn't scared or confused, and I sure as hell was. It looked focused, like it was studying me. I stepped back again. The reflection didn't follow this time. It stayed right up close to the glass, like it couldn't move any farther. And then it smiled. I don't smile like that. I don't bare my teeth when I'm nervous. The smile in the mirror was wider than mine, and held too long. That's when I finally turned around. There was nothing there, just trees, no movement or sound. When I turned back, the mirror didn't even show me anymore. It showed the woods instead, the other woods, the wrong slope, different trees, no person at all. I didn't touch the mirror. I didn't take a picture. I didn't try to test anything else. I walked away fast, but not running. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, but I didn't. When I got back to the road, I looked over my shoulder. I couldn't see the mirror anymore. No reflection or frames, just the trees. I went home and didn't tell anyone for a long time because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding insane. I still walk in the woods. I still go out alone. But I don't leave the roads anymore. And I don't follow reflections. I found a staircase in the woods near Mount Hood that led nowhere. By Nicole P. I do a lot of solo hiking in the Mount Hood National Forest. I've been doing it for years. I know the popular trails, and I know plenty of the unmaintained ones. I'm comfortable being out there alone. I carry all the right gear. I know how to navigate, and I'm careful about letting people know where I'm going. Last September, I was hiking an old logging road that's technically closed, but still passable on foot. It's about 8 miles east of Government Camp, winds through second-growth forest with occasional views of the mountain. I'd been on that road maybe 4 times before. It's quiet. You rarely see another person. I was about 3 miles in when I decided to go off-trail to check out a creek that I could hear running somewhere to the north. The forest there is typical Pacific Northwest. dense Douglas fir and hemlock, thick sword ferns, moss covering everything. The ground was soft from recent rain, easy walking. I found the creek after maybe 10 minutes of bushwhacking. Nothing special, just a small stream running over rocks. I followed it upstream for a bit, looking for a good spot to filter some water. And that's when I saw the staircase. It was just standing there in the middle of the forest. Wooden stairs, maybe 12 steps total, leading up to nothing. There was no platform at the top, no structure around it, and no foundation underneath. It was just a freestanding staircase surrounded by trees and ferns. The construction looked old, but not ancient. The wood was weathered gray, but still solid. There was a railing on one side, simple posts and a handrail. The whole thing was maybe 8 feet tall. At the top, the stairs just stopped, open air. I walked around it, trying to figure out what it could have been part of. There was no evidence of a building, no remnants of walls or floor joists, no cleared area that might have been a foundation. The trees around it were mature, probably 50 or 60 years old. If there had been a structure here, it would have been a very long time ago. I took some photos. I climbed the stairs to see if there was anything visible from the top, but it was just more forest. The view wasn't any better than from the ground, really. There was no reason for the stairs to be there at all. I'd heard about staircases in the woods. There are stories online, mostly from park rangers and hikers. Unexplained stairs showing up in remote areas with no logical explanation. People always say to stay away from them. I'd always assumed those stories were creepypastas, just internet fiction. Standing there looking at actual stairs in the middle of nowhere made me reconsider. They existed. Someone had built them. The question was, why? I noticed something else while I was standing at the base. The temperature was different near the stairs. Colder. Not dramatically, but enough to be noticeable. The air felt heavier, too. It was that thick feeling you get before a thunderstorm. I heard something above me, a creaking sound like the stairs were settling under weight. I looked up, and there was nothing there, but the creaking continued. Then I heard slow footsteps descending. I could hear each step, the wood flexing and groaning, but I couldn't see anything. I backed away. The footsteps reached the bottom and stopped. The forest went completely quiet. There were no birds, not even wind, no sound from the creek even though it was only 20 feet away. I left. I walked fast back toward the logging road. The normal sounds came back after I'd put maybe 100 yards between myself and those stairs. I made it back to the logging road and hiked out. When I got to my car, I checked the photos I'd taken. Most of them were fine, clear images of the staircase from different angles. But there was one photo that did not make sense. I had taken a picture from the top of the stairs looking down. In the photo, there was a shadow on the ground at the base, a human-shaped shadow, long and distinct, like someone was standing in direct sunlight, even though the forest canopy blocked most of the light. There was nobody in the frame, just the shadow. I went back 2 weeks later with a friend. We hiked in together, followed the same route to the creek. I couldn't find the stairs. We searched for over an hour. I had GPS coordinates from my phone, so we were in the right area. The creek was there. Terrain matched my memory. But the staircase was gone. My friend thought I had gotten confused about the location. I showed her the photos, and she got quiet. She asked me not to take her back there again. I haven't been on that logging road since. I still hike Mount Hood, but I stick to the maintained trails now. I deleted most of the photos, but I kept the one with the shadow. I sometimes look at it when I'm trying to convince myself that I imagined the whole thing. But the shadow is still there. Proof that something was standing at the base of those stairs, even if I couldn't see it. I heard La Sayona calling my name on the Llanos. By Carlos R. I'm going to tell you what happened to me on the Apure Highway 3 years ago. I've told this story to maybe 5 people total, because most either think I'm making it up or they get this look on their face, like they know exactly what I'm talking about and don't want to hear more. If you're a Venezuelan, especially if you're from the Llanos, the plains, you already know where this is going. I was driving from Barinas back to San Fernando de Apure after visiting my sister. It was late June, middle of the rainy season. I had stayed longer than I meant to and didn't leave until almost 8 at night. Stupid decision. The highway between those cities is long and empty. It cuts right through cattle country, with nothing but flat grassland on both sides. During the day, you see the occasional farm, some zebu cattle, maybe a few horses. At night, there's nothing except your headlights and darkness. I had driven that route dozens of times. I grew up in Apure State. My family has been working cattle on the Llanos for 3 generations. I am not someone who spooks easy. I've spent nights out on the plains during roundup, slept in hammocks strung between fence posts, dealt with snakes and caimans and all the regular danger. The story about La Sayona were things my grandmother had told us when we were kids. I believed them the same way I believed in Santa Claus, something for children. The rain started about 40 minutes into the drive. Heavy, tropical rain that hammers down so hard you can barely see past your hood. I slowed down because the highway floods in spots during rainy seasons, and I didn't want to hit standing water going too fast. The wipers were going full speed. There were no other cars on the road. I was maybe 20 kilometers outside Achaguas when I saw someone standing on the side of the highway. A woman in a white dress, her arm out like she was trying to flag me down. My first thought was that she'd been broken down or in an accident. I started to slow down even though something felt very wrong about it. Nobody walks on that highway at night. There's nowhere to walk to. As I got closer, I could see her more clearly in my headlights. Long, dark hair, hanging wet down her back. White dress soaked through from the rain. She was barefoot. Her arm was still out, but she wasn't looking at me. She was facing away, looking out at the dark plains. I stopped the truck about 10 meters from her. I left the engine running. Everything my grandmother had ever told me about La Sayona was suddenly very present in my mind. The woman who appears on lonely roads, the vengeful spirit who targets unfaithful men, the stories about drivers who picked her up and never made it home. But I couldn't just drive past someone who might actually need help. I rolled down my window halfway and called out, asking if she was okay, if she needed a ride. The rain was loud. She didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I called out again. Nothing. I was about to put the truck in gear and leave when she turned her head. Not her whole body, just her head, rotating slowly to look at me over her shoulder. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the rain and the angle, but I could see enough. Her eyes were wrong. Too dark. Too large. Then she said my name. My full name. Carlos Ramon. She said it in this voice that sounded like it was coming from somewhere far away, even though she was standing right there. She said it again. Carlos Ramon, come here. I hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, and I didn't look back until I'd put at least a kilometer between me and that spot. When I finally checked the rearview mirror, there was nothing. Just empty highway and rain. My hands were shaking. I was sweating despite the air conditioning. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe she had heard me introduce myself to someone earlier and my mind was playing tricks, that the stress of the drive and the rain had made me see things that weren't there. Except I knew I hadn't introduced myself to anyone. I'd barely spoken to anyone all day except my sister. I kept driving. The rain didn't let up. About 15 minutes later, my phone rang. I looked at the screen, and it was my wife calling. I answered and immediately knew something was wrong with the connection. There was this static underneath her voice, this crackling that got louder every few seconds. She was asking where I'd been, saying she'd been worried. I told her I was on the highway and that I'd be home in maybe an hour. The static got worse, and her voice cut out. And then I heard something else under the static. Singing. A woman singing very softly in Spanish. Some old song I half recognized from childhood. My wife's voice came back, and she was asking why there was music playing. I told her I didn't have any music on. She said she could clearly hear it, a woman singing. I opened my mouth to protest, but the call dropped. I tried calling back, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried 3 more times. Same thing. The singing didn't stop. It was coming from my phone, even though the call had ended. I could hear it through the speakers. That same soft singing, getting gradually louder. I turned the phone off completely. The singing continued for another few seconds, before it finally cut out. I drove the rest of the way home with my phone off and my high beams on. I passed through Achaguas without stopping. I didn't slow down until I hit the outskirts of San Fernando. When I got home, my wife was waiting up. She said my call had scared her, that the connection was so bad, and then I'd just disappeared. She asked about the singing. I told her I didn't know what it was, that maybe the phone was acting up because of the rain. I didn't tell her what I'd seen on the highway. I didn't tell anyone for almost a year. But I stopped driving that route at night. I plan my trips now so I'm always home before dark. If something comes up and I have to stay late in Barinas, I get a hotel room and drive back in the morning. My cousin laughed when I finally told him. He said everyone in Apure has a Sayona story. His own father claimed to have seen her on the road to Monte Cal back in the 80s. His grandfather swore she had appeared to him on horseback when he was young. The stories are always slightly different, but the core is the same. A woman in white, a lonely road, your name spoken by something that shouldn't know it. I don't know if what I saw was really La Sayona. I don't know if I believe in that kind of thing even now. But what I do know is that someone called my name on an empty highway in the middle of a rainstorm, and when I looked at her face, something fundamental in me understood that I needed to leave immediately. That instinct probably saved my life, and I have no interest in testing it again. I saw something in the Porcupine Mountains that was not a bear, by Marcus T. So this happened in October 2023, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just putting it out there because I need to tell someone who isn't going to look at me like I've lost it. I'd been planning this trip to the Porcupines for months. The Porcupine Mountains are way up in the western Upper Peninsula, right on Lake Superior. It's proper wilderness up there, not the kind of state park where you're sharing trails with strollers and people walking their dogs. I wanted to do the Lake of the Clouds overlook and then hike down into the valley, maybe camp near the Carp River. I'd done plenty of solo trips before. I'm comfortable in the woods. I know what I'm doing. The weather was perfect that first day. Cold but clear, leaves mostly down. I got to the overlook around noon and, yeah, it's as gorgeous as everyone says. The escarpment drops off and you can see the whole valley stretched out below. All these ridges covered in forest going on forever. Took my photos, ate a sandwich, started down. The trail gets steep, fast. Your knees feel it. But it's well marked and I made good time. I was planning to camp somewhere along the river that night and then loop back the next day. By 4 or so, I found a decent spot. Flat ground near the water, a good distance from the trail. I set up my tent and got my bear hang sorted and made dinner, standard stuff. I'm not going to say I heard something weird that night because I didn't. I slept fine and woke up around 7 when it was light enough to see. And that's when things got strange. My campsite looked normal. Everything was where I had left it. But there were tracks in the dirt around my tent that definitely had not been there the night before. Big tracks. I'm talking probably 14 inches long, maybe more. They were shaped wrong for bear tracks, though. Bears have that distinctive toe pattern, and these were different. The toes were longer. The overall shape was more human-like, but scaled up. I've seen bear tracks plenty of times. These weren't bear tracks. I told myself it was probably just a weird print, maybe where a bear stepped funny on the dirt, or the dirt was soft in a way that distorted things. I took a few pictures on my phone. The prints circled my tent maybe twice, and then headed off toward the river. I should have packed up right then, I know that now. But it was broad daylight and I felt stupid for being nervous about some footprints. I made coffee, broke down camp, and started hiking. The plan was to follow the river east for a few miles and then cut back up to the ridge trail. It's beautiful down in that valley. The Carp River is this dark tea color from all the tannins, and it moves fast over the rocks. Lots of old-growth hemlocks. Really quiet except for the water. Around mid-morning, I stopped to filter water from the river. I was crouched down by the bank, pump filter going, when I got this feeling. You know the one, like someone's watching you. I looked up and scanned the trees across the river, maybe 40 feet away. There was something standing there. It was behind a big hemlock, but I could see that it was tall, taller than a person. The proportions were wrong for a bear standing up. It was too narrow and upright. I couldn't see details because of the shadows and the tree trunk blocking out most of it, but I could see enough to know that it wasn't moving like an animal. It was just standing there, still, watching me. My brain was doing this thing where it kept trying to make it into something normal. A stump, a shadow, some trick of the light, but I was looking right at it, and whatever it was looking back at me. I could feel it. I don't remember deciding to leave. I just remember my hands unscrewing the filter, shoving it in my pack, and standing up. Some part of me knew that running would be bad, but I walked back fast the way I'd come, and I didn't look behind me until I had put maybe a quarter mile between me and that spot. I hiked out that day instead of staying a second night. I told myself that I just wasn't feeling it, that I'd come back another time, but I have not been back. The thing is, I've been trying to research this since I got home. There are some stories about something in the UP called the Michigan Dog Man, but that's supposed to be more canine, and what I saw seemed more ape-like. Some people talk about Bigfoot sightings in the area. I don't know what I think about any of that. I just know that what I saw was not a bear, and it wasn't a person, and it moved in a way that made my stomach drop. I still have the photos of the tracks on my phone. I've shown them to exactly 2 people, both friends who camp. One said it was definitely a bear, just at a weird angle. The other one looked at them for a long time, and then handed my phone back, and never said anything. I'm not going to say that it was definitely a cryptid or whatever. I'm just saying that I saw something in the woods that I can't explain, and I have no interest in going back to find out what it was. I stayed in a guest house in Chiang Mai that had too many doors, by Tommy L. I was backpacking through Southeast Asia last spring and spent about 2 weeks in northern Thailand. Chiang Mai is a pretty standard stop on the tourist trail. Temples, night markets, good food, all of that. I'd been staying in hostels mostly, but I was getting tired of the party atmosphere, and I wanted somewhere quieter to work on some freelance stuff I'd been putting off. I found this guest house on a booking site that looked perfect. Old teak building in the old city area, family run, cheap but not sketchy cheap. The photos showed a traditional Thai house with a small courtyard and maybe 6 rooms total. The reviews were mostly positive aside from a few complaints about the Wi-Fi. I booked 3 nights. The place was harder to find than I had expected. The address took me down this narrow soi. It means like alley or small street. That got quieter the farther in that I went. Lots of walls and gates, not much foot traffic. I almost turned back thinking that I had the wrong street when I saw the sign. It was a small wooden thing with the guest house name carved in English and Thai. The gate was open. I went into the courtyard and it matched the photos. Nice wooden structure with plants everywhere, and that specific smell that old teak houses have. There was a woman sitting at a small desk near the entrance. She was maybe 60, didn't smile much. I told her I had a reservation, and she checked her book, nodded, and took my passport to photocopy. She handed me a key and told me I was in room 4 upstairs and that it was the last door on the left. And then she said something in Thai that I didn't catch. I asked her to repeat it in English. She looked at me for a second and said to make sure I locked my door at night. I figured she meant for security, and I thanked her. The room was basic but clean. Double bed, small bathroom, a desk and chair. One window looked out over the courtyard. The door had a good lock, the kind with a deadbolt. I dropped my bag, showered, and went out to get dinner. When I came back around 9, it was fully dark. The courtyard had a few lights, but the upstairs hallway was dim. Just one weak bulb at the far end. I walked to my room, and that's when I noticed something odd. There were more doors than there should have been. I'd counted when I first arrived without really thinking about it. It's an old habit I have, and I don't really know where I picked it up. My room was, like she said, the 4th door. But now I was looking at the hallway, and I could see 5 doors on this side, maybe 6. The light was bad enough that I couldn't be sure, but I definitely remembered there only being 4. I told myself I had just miscounted earlier, and that I was tired and hadn't been paying close attention. But then I remembered she said, 4th door, last door on the left. Or did she? I couldn't remember anything anymore. I figured I was just tired. I went into my room and I did lock the door like the woman had said. I worked on my laptop for a couple of hours. Around 11, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not unusual in a guest house. Someone going to the bathroom or coming back late. But the footsteps went back and forth, same section of hallway over and over, walking from one end to the other and then back. The floorboards creaked with every step. After maybe 20 minutes of this, I got annoyed, and I opened my door to ask whoever it was to keep it down. The hallway was empty. The footsteps had stopped the second I opened the door. I looked both ways, checked the bathroom at the end of the hall, but nobody was there. All the other doors were closed. I went back to my room and locked the door again. The footsteps started up maybe 5 minutes later. I put in my earbuds and tried to ignore it. I woke up around 3 because someone was knocking on my door. Soft knocking, like someone tapping with their fingernails. I lay there listening to it. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't get up or even ask who it was. The knocking continued for a while and then stopped. In the morning, I went downstairs and the woman was at her desk again. I asked her about the other guests and said that somebody had been knocking on my door in the middle of the night. She looked at me, waited for a second, and then said that I was the only guest currently staying there. The guest house was entirely empty, except for me. Now, a normal, sane person would have left right there, but I'd already paid for 3 nights, and I really didn't want to lose the money. I told myself it was fine. Old buildings make noise, all that crap. I figured maybe I had dreamed the knocking. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you want it to be true. That second night, I counted the doors before I went to my room, very carefully. There were 7 doors in the upstairs hallway. My room was still the 4th one, but it was no longer the last one on the left. There were now 3 doors past it instead of none. I knew that was wrong. I'd walked this hallway multiple times the day before. I went into my room and pushed the desk against the door. The lock was fine, but I wanted the extra barrier. I didn't sleep much. Kept hearing things. Footsteps and voices speaking in Thai, too quietly to make out words. At one point, I heard what sounded like a child crying very far away. When morning came, I packed my stuff and went downstairs. The woman was there like always. I told her I needed to leave early, that something had come up. She didn't ask any questions, and she refunded me for the 3rd night without argument. She didn't even look surprised, almost bored, like this was something that happened all the time. As I was walking out, she muttered something to me in Thai. I don't speak much Thai, but I caught one word because I had learned it from signs around temples. P. It means ghost. I stayed at a hostel near the night market for the rest of my time in Chiang Mai. I looked up the guest house later, out of curiosity. The reviews that I found from after my stay mentioned strange sounds, doors that shouldn't be there, and feeling watched. One person said they had asked the owner about the building's history and had been told that it used to be something else before it was a guest house, but the owner wouldn't say what. I still don't know how many rooms that place actually had. I'm not sure that the number ever stays consistent. I Think I Broke a Rule at the Fairy Ring near Avebury by David M. This happened last summer when I was staying with my girlfriend's family in Wiltshire, England. Her parents live in a village called Winterbourne Monkton, which is basically a handful of houses and a church about a mile from Avebury. If you don't know, Avebury is this massive prehistoric stone circle, older than Stonehenge but less famous because the stones aren't as dramatic. I'm American. I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't have any family folklore about the Fae or whatever. This stuff was not on my radar at all. But my girlfriend Emily had warned me before we went that the countryside around Avebury was strange. People took certain things very seriously there. Don't walk the fields at dusk. Don't step inside fairy rings. Don't take anything that doesn't belong to you. I kind of thought she was messing with me or playing up the local color for the tourist. We'd been there about a week. Her parents are nice people, very proper, and I was trying to make a good impression. One afternoon, Emily went to Swindon with her mom to run errands, and I stayed back at the house. Her dad was at work. I got bored around 3 and decided to go for a walk. The weather was overcast but dry, typical English summer day. I headed out across the fields behind their house. There's a public footpath that goes through farmland and eventually connects to some of the walking trails around Avebury. It's all very neat, very organized. Stone walls, gates you're supposed to close behind you, signs telling you where you can and can't go. I followed the path for maybe 20 minutes until I came to this spot where the trail split. One direction went toward the main road. The other went along the edge of a barley field. That's where I saw the mushrooms. They were growing in a near-perfect circle in the grass just off the path, maybe 15 feet across. I had never seen a fairy ring in real life before. I stopped and looked at it for a minute. The mushrooms were small, pale brown, and very evenly spaced. The grass inside the circle looked darker than the grass outside. Healthier, maybe, or just different. I remembered what Emily had said about not stepping inside them. I almost laughed because it seemed so absurd standing there in broad daylight with cars going past on the road half a mile away. But I walked around it instead of through it because why risk it, right? I mean, I'm not superstitious, but I'm also not stupid. I kept walking. The path curved back towards some trees, and I could see what looked like an old stone structure, probably part of a wall or an old building foundation. I wanted to get a closer look. I left the main path and cut across the field edge to get there. That meant walking back past the fairy ring from a different angle. This is where I screwed up. I was looking at my phone, checking how much farther the trail went. I wasn't paying any attention, and I stepped right into that circle. The second my foot touched the grass inside it, everything went quiet. And I don't mean like peaceful quiet. I mean the sound cut out, like someone had pressed mute on the entire world. I looked down and realized I was standing in the center of the circle. I don't even know how I got there because I had only taken one step inside the edge, but I was in the middle of it, and I could see the mushrooms all around me. The light had changed. It was dimmer even though the clouds had not gotten heavier. Everything looked very flat, like a photograph. And then I heard something. Music, maybe? Or voices? I couldn't really tell which. It was coming from the trees ahead of me, but also from behind me at the same time. The sound was pulling at me. I wanted to walk toward it. I actually started to take a step, and that's when my phone rang. The sound was jarring and wrong and too loud. It broke whatever had hold of me. I grabbed the phone and looked at the screen. It was Emily calling, so I answered it, and her voice sounded really distant and tinny, asking where I was. I told her I was out walking and I'd be back soon. She said something else, but I couldn't really focus on the words. I hung up and looked around. The sound had come back. Normal sounds. Birds and wind, a tractor somewhere far off. The light was regular overcast daylight again. I was still standing in the fairy ring, but I got out of it fast, practically jumped over the mushrooms to get clear. Now, my phone said that it was 4:47. I had left the house around 3. That walk should have taken maybe 30 minutes maximum, so I had lost over an hour. I went straight back to the house. When Emily got home, I told her what happened. She went pale and asked me a bunch of questions. Had I felt sick? Did my head hurt? Did I feel like anything was missing? I said no to all of it, but honestly I wasn't sure. I felt off for the rest of the trip. Distracted, like part of my attention was somewhere else. We flew back to the States 2 weeks ago. I still feel it sometimes. That pull, like something's calling me back and I'm supposed to answer. Emily says it will fade, but I don't think she really believes that. I Think I Know Why the Logging Road Was Closed, by Sarah. I worked for the Washington Department of Natural Resources last summer, doing trail maintenance for the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. It was my second season, and I thought I knew what to expect. Long days hiking in with equipment, clearing fallen trees, fixing erosion damage. Mostly solo work once you got assigned your section. In late July, they sent me out to work on a trail near the Lewis River. There's this old logging road that branches off Highway 90, goes about 8 miles back into the forest before it dead ends at what used to be a staging area. The road's been officially closed since 2019, but the gate's always getting broken or left open by hunters and off-roaders. My supervisor told me to hike in from the highway instead of driving the logging road. She said the road was in pretty bad shape, and it wasn't worth risking a vehicle. Made sense at the time. I got to the trailhead around 7 in the morning. It was already warm, probably going to hit 80 by afternoon. The trail runs parallel to the logging road for the first 2 miles, close enough that you can see the road through the trees in some spots. About an hour in, I stopped to drink some water, and I heard a vehicle. It sounded like a truck, coming up the logging road from deeper in the forest, heading toward the highway. I didn't think much of it. People ignore closure signs all the time. But then I heard it stop. The engine cut out maybe a quarter mile ahead of me, right where the trail and the road come closest together. I kept walking. I figured somebody was turning around or taking a break. But when I got to that spot, I could see the road clearly through the gap in the trees, and there was no vehicle. There was nobody there at all. The engine had sounded so close, like right there close, and I hadn't heard it start up again or drive away. I stood there for a few minutes, just looking at the empty road. The dirt was dry, and I could see tire tracks from something recent, but that could have been from days ago. There was no fresh dust in the air, no sounds except birds and wind in the trees. I kept going. My work section started another mile up the trail. I spent most of the day clearing deadfall and reinforcing a washed-out section with rocks and drainage bars. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard the truck again. It was the same engine sound coming from the same direction, coming up the logging road from the interior. This time, I was close enough to the road that I could have walked over in 2 minutes. I dropped my tools and pushed through the brush to get a good look. Nothing. Empty road, but I could hear it. The engine was idling somewhere close, that low rumble of a diesel. I could even hear the slight variation in the RPMs, like someone had their foot on the accelerator. Then it started moving again. The sound got louder, like it was coming toward me, and then it passed my position and continued toward the highway. I watched the section of the road where it should have appeared, and nothing drove by. The sound faded into the distance, and then cut out completely, like someone had turned a key. I went back to work, but I kept my radio on my belt instead of in my pack. We're supposed to check in with base every 4 hours, and I was thinking about calling early just to hear another human voice. Around 5, I started hiking back out. I'd gone maybe half a mile when I found a deer. It was lying across the trail. A doe, maybe 2 years old, completely intact, no visible injuries or blood or anything, but its eyes were open and clouded over. It had been dead for at least a day based on how stiff it was. The weird part was its position. It was lying on its side, with its legs straight out, like it had just tipped over while standing. Deer do not die like that. When they get hit by cars or taken down by predators, there's violence to it. Thrashing. This one looked like someone had carefully placed it there. I stepped over it and kept walking. Then I found another one. A buck, this time, bigger. Same thing though, lying on its side across the trail, legs straight out, no injuries, with its eyes clouded over. Before I got back to the highway, I counted 6 more. All of them positioned the same way. All of them placed directly on the trail, like someone wanted them to be found. When I got back to my truck, I called my supervisor and told him what I'd seen. He was quiet for a long time. Then he asked if I had seen the thing that killed them. I said I hadn't seen anything kill them, they just looked dead. He told me to take the next day off. He said he would send a wildlife team out to check on the deer, and they'd let me know if I needed to move to a different section. That was 6 weeks ago. Nobody ever called me back about it. When I checked the work schedule the following week, my assignment had been changed to a trail near Mount Adams, 30 miles away. The Lewis River Trail was marked as closed for the rest of the season. I asked another ranger about it when I ran into him at the station. He got this look on his face and told me the logging road's been problematic for years. Equipment malfunctions, people reporting engine sounds when there are no vehicles, deer found dead on the trails with no clear cause. He said the department keeps closing it and people keep breaking in. He said maybe they should just gate it with concrete barriers and forget it exists. I looked up the history of the area last week. There was a logging accident in 1987. A truck went off the road about 7 miles in and rolled down an embankment. Killed the driver. They recovered the vehicle, but they had to use a helicopter because the road was too narrow for a tow truck to turn around. The ranger I talked to said that sometimes areas just go bad. He said the forest does what it wants and we're just trying to manage around it. I don't know what I heard out there. I don't know what killed those deer or why they were arranged like that. But I am not going back to that trail. The department can send someone else. My colleague saw her own funeral in Cappadocia, by Elif D. I work for an international development NGO based in Ankara, and about 18 months ago, our team did a site visit to one of our partner organizations in Cappadocia. If you're not familiar, Cappadocia is this region in central Turkey, famous for the fairy chimneys and cave dwellings carved into the volcanic rock there. It's stunning, but also deeply strange. The landscape looks alien. There were 4 of us on this trip. My boss, Mehmet, 2 other project coordinators named Eileen and Serkan, and me. We were there to review a women's cooperative program and do some preliminary assessments for expansion. Standard work trip, 3 days of meetings and site tours. We stayed in Göreme, which is the main tourist town. Our hotel was one of those cave hotels that Cappadocia is known for, rooms literally carved into rock formations. I had stayed in one before on a personal trip years ago, and I thought they were very charming. Eileen had never been to the region and was very excited about it. The meetings went fine the first day. We visited the cooperative, talked to the women running it, and reviewed their books. That evening, we had dinner at the hotel restaurant and went to bed early because we had an early start the next morning. My room was on the second level, connected to the main structure by these narrow stone corridors that had been carved out centuries ago. Around 2 a.m, I woke up to someone knocking on my door. Persistent knocking. I figured it was Mehmet or one of the others with some kind of emergency. I got up and opened the door. Eileen was standing there in her pajamas, looking completely wrong. Her face was blank. Her eyes weren't focusing on anything. She asked me if I had seen the procession. I asked her what she was talking about. She said there was a funeral procession in the valley, and she needed to go and join it. She started walking down the corridor toward the stairs. I followed her because she was clearly sleepwalking or something, and I didn't want her to get hurt. I called her name a few times, and she didn't respond. She just kept walking, with this strange, smooth gait, like she was gliding. I managed to get in front of her at the top of the stairs and physically stopped her. I was trying to wake her up gently, saying her name and touching her arm. She blinked a few times, and then she actually looked at me. She seemed confused about why we were in the hallway. I explained that she had knocked on my door and said something about a funeral, but she had no memory of it. We went back to her room, and I made sure she was okay before I left. She seemed embarrassed more than anything. She said she occasionally sleepwalked when she was stressed, but it hadn't happened in years. I told her not to worry about it and went back to bed. The next morning at breakfast, Eileen looked exhausted. She said that she had had the worst dreams after going back to sleep. Dreams about being in one of the old underground cities in the area, the ones that go down 8 or 9 levels into the rock. In the dream, she was trying to find her way out, but the passages kept changing. She'd turn a corner and end up somewhere she'd already been. Eventually, she found a room full of people dressed in old-style clothing, maybe Ottoman era. They were sitting in a circle around something she couldn't quite see. When she got closer, she realized that it was a body laid out for burial. Then, she saw the face of the person they were burying, and it was her own face. She laughed it off while telling us, said it was probably just anxiety about the trip, combined with sleeping in a weird cave room. But I noticed that she was wearing a scarf she hadn't worn the day before, wrapped around her neck even though it wasn't cold. During our morning meeting with the cooperative, she seemed off, distracted. She kept looking out the window at the rock formations. At one point, she excused herself and went outside. I followed after a few minutes to check on her. She was standing in the small courtyard, staring up at the cliffs. I asked her if she was all right, and she said something weird. She said the rocks were remembering. I didn't really know what to say to that. She turned to look at me, and her expression was really hard to read. She asked me if I believed that places could hold on to things, events, emotions, the echo of people who had been there before. I said I didn't really know. She nodded and said she thought maybe they could, that maybe some places held on to things better than others. We finished the site visit and drove back to Gurame. That evening, Mehmet suggested we visit one of the underground cities, since Eileen had been talking about wanting to see one. Specifically, Derinkuyu, which is the deepest one. I could see Eileen did not want to go, but she agreed, because saying no would have required explaining why. Derinkuyu goes down about 85 meters. It was built as a hiding place, a whole city underground where people could live for months during invasions. Thousands of people lived down there at various points in history. The tunnels are narrow. The air is cool and slightly stale, even with modern ventilation. There are rooms for everything. Storage, living quarters, churches, even area for livestock, believe it or not. We went down with a guide, following the marked tourist route. Eileen stayed close to me the whole time. I could feel her getting more tense the deeper we went. When we reached the 4th level, she stopped walking. The guide was ahead, explaining something about the rolling stones they used to block passages during sieges. Eileen grabbed my arm hard enough that it hurt. She was staring down a side passage that wasn't part of the tour. There was a chain across it with a sign in Turkish and English saying no entry. She told me she recognized it, that she had seen that exact passage in her dream and she knew where it went. There would be a larger chamber, about 30 meters down, then a sharp left turn, and then a room with alcoves carved into the walls. The guide noticed that we had stopped and came back to move us along. I asked him what was down that blocked passage. He said it led to sections that were not safe for tourists, that parts of the city were still being excavated and studied. Eileen asked him specifically about a chamber with alcoves. He looked surprised and said, yes, actually, there was a burial chamber down there. It had been used in the Byzantine period. Then he asked how she knew about it. She didn't answer. She just turned around and started walking back up toward the surface. I followed her. Mehmet and Serkan caught up with us outside. Eileen said she wasn't feeling well, that the close air had gotten to her. We went back to the hotel. She checked out the next morning and took a bus back to Ankara instead of staying for our last day of meetings. She said she had a family emergency, but I knew she was lying. When I got back to Ankara 2 days later, I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I sent messages and she didn't reply to those either. She stopped coming to work the following week. Eventually, Mehmet told us that she had resigned, that she had cited personal reasons and wouldn't be coming back. I tried reaching out one more time, and she finally responded. She said she was fine, but that she couldn't explain what had happened in Cappadocia. She said she had seen something there that she wasn't supposed to see, and that she needed to stay away from that region. And then she asked me not to contact her again, like I'd done something. Whatever. I haven't heard from her since. I still work at the same NGO. Sometimes I wonder if I should have pushed harder to understand what she experienced. But mostly I try not to think about the way she looked at that blocked passage, like she was staring at something that only she could see. My Daughter Won't Stop Talking About the Ranger by Michelle R. I'm writing this because I need someone to tell me that I'm overreacting. Or maybe I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy. I don't even know anymore. My husband and I took our daughter Emma to Acadia National Park in Maine last month. She's 6. It was her first real camping trip, and we wanted to make it special. We stayed at the Blackwoods campground and spent 4 days hiking the carriage roads and easier trails around the park. Emma loved it. She collected rocks and leaves, asked a million questions about every plant and animal, made friends with kids at neighboring campsites. It was exactly what we'd hoped for. On our 3rd day, we hiked the Jordan Pond Path. It's a pretty easy 3-mile loop around the pond, mostly flat, perfect for kids. There were beautiful views of the Bubbles Mountains reflecting in the water. We went early in the morning to avoid crowds. About halfway around the loop, Emma stopped walking and pointed into the trees. She said, "Mommy, who's that man?" I looked where she was pointing, but I didn't see anyone. So I said, "What man?" She said, "The ranger. The one standing by the big tree watching us. My husband Marcus looked too. We were both scanning the woods, but there was nobody there. At least nobody we could see. The trail was empty in both directions, and the forest was quiet. I told Emma that there wasn't anyone there. Maybe she'd seen a shadow, or a stump that looked like a person. She got upset and said no, there's definitely a ranger, that he was wearing the uniform with the hat, and that he was just standing there and looking at us. Kids see things. They have active imaginations, right? I wasn't that worried. I told her maybe the ranger had walked away and we should keep hiking. She insisted he was still there, still watching. She started to cry and said she wanted to go back. We'd come this far, so we convinced her to keep going. We promised her hot chocolate when we got back to camp. She held Marcus's hand the whole rest of the loop and kept looking back over her shoulder. That night at the campsite, she drew pictures. She's really into drawing lately. Usually she draws our family or our cat or princesses or our cat as a princess. It just depends. That night she drew a man in a ranger uniform. She was surprisingly detailed about it. The hat was accurate enough. The uniform looked right. She even drew the little shield patch on his sleeve. But his face was wrong. She had colored it completely black with her crayon. Like no features or anything, just a big, dark oval where his face should have been. Now, I get it, she's 6 years old, but it's not what you're thinking. Literally, she's pretty good at drawing. Usually you can tell that it's a face, there's eyes, nose, a mouth, but this was not that. I asked her why she drew his face like that, and she said that's what he looked like. His face was a big dark circle, and she couldn't see it very well. Marcus and I exchanged looks, but we tried not to make a big deal out of it. Kids are weird sometimes. We told her it was a very nice drawing and got her ready for bed. The next day was our last full day in the park. We decided to hike up Cadillac Mountain. You can drive to the summit, but we wanted to hike. We took the South Ridge Trail, which is moderate but manageable for a 6-year-old if you take breaks. Emma was in a good mood. She was excited about hiking to the top of a mountain, and we were making good progress. About an hour into the hike, she stopped again. Same thing as before. She pointed off the trail and said the ranger was there. Now, I'm not proud of this, but I was starting to get annoyed, so I told her to stop making things up. She got very serious, looked me dead in the eye, and said she was not making it up, that the ranger was following us, that he'd been behind us on the trail and now he was standing in the trees. Marcus crouched down to her level and asked her very gently what the ranger looked like. She described the same uniform, the same hat. She said his face was dark and blurry, and that he never said anything. He just watched us. I asked her if she was maybe seeing hikers behind us, and her imagination was turning them into this ranger character. She shook her head and said no, it was the same one from yesterday. We finished the hike. Emma did not mention the ranger again that day, but she was quieter than usual. She stayed close to us, and she didn't run ahead on the trail like she normally does. That was 3 weeks ago, and we've been home in Portland ever since. Emma still talks about the ranger. At first, it was just occasional comments. She'd mention him at dinner and say things like, "I wonder if the ranger is still at the park," or, "Do you think the ranger helps people who get lost?" Now, it's multiple times a day. She draws him constantly, always the same image. The uniform, the hat, the black void of a face. Yesterday she told me the ranger is sad because nobody can see him except her. I asked her what that meant. She said he told her that. I asked her how she could have heard that because she told us that he didn't talk. She said, "Well, He told me that people just walk right past him and don't notice he's there, but I can see him, so he wanted to make sure that I knew that he was real. He doesn't talk to me like out loud. I heard him in my head. I asked her when he told her this. She said at the park, when he was following us on the trails. She reiterated that he did not talk out loud, but that she could hear him in her head. Marcus thinks we should take her to a child psychologist. He's worried that this is some kind of anxiety thing or trauma response. But Emma doesn't seem anxious or traumatized. She talks about the ranger the way kids talk about other imaginary friends, very matter-of-fact and casual. I decided to do some research. I looked up Acadia National Park rangers. I found the website with current staff photos and showed them to Emma. I said, I know his face was blurry, but do any of these people look like the man you saw? She said no, that none of them were right. Then, on a hunch, I started looking into the park's history. Accidents, deaths, missing people. I found something that made my stomach drop. In 1974, a park ranger named Thomas Whitaker disappeared while on patrol near Jordan Pond. He'd radioed that he was checking on some hikers and never made contact again. They searched for weeks, found his truck at the trailhead, but no sign of him. The search was eventually called off. He was declared dead, but they never found a body. I found one newspaper article from the time with a photo. It was grainy and black and white, but clear enough. Thomas Whitaker in his ranger uniform, wearing the hat. I showed Emma the photo on my laptop. I didn't tell her anything about who it was. She looked at it for a long time. Then she pointed at the screen and said, "Yeah, that's him. That's the ranger who was following us." I asked how she could be sure if his face was blurry, and she said, "Yes, I am sure." She said that his face looks different in the picture, that in real life she couldn't see his face very well. It was like looking at something through the water, she said. I closed the laptop and told her we'd talk about it later. She went back to playing with her toys like nothing had happened. Marcus doesn't believe me when I tell him about Thomas Whitaker. He thinks Emma recognized something similar in the uniform and her brain connected it to her imaginary ranger. Confirmation bias or whatever. But I can't shake it. Emma had never seen a photo of a park ranger before our trip. Not historical photos from the 1970s. And she knew details that she shouldn't know. The uniform was accurate for that era. The patch placement, even the style of hat, had changed slightly over the decades, and she drew the older version. Last night, she told me the ranger wanted her to know that he's not lost anymore, that he knows where he is now. He's been at the park the whole time, and he's okay with that. I didn't really know this ranger had followed us home, or whatever, and I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know if I should take Emma to a therapist or a priest, or just wait for her to forget about it. But she's not forgetting. If anything, she talks about him more. This morning, she asked if we could go back to Acadia soon. She said the ranger misses her. I told her maybe next summer, and she seems satisfied with that answer. But I am not taking her back there. I don't care how much she asks. We Don't Talk About What Happened at Cloudland Canyon by Jennifer M. I'm writing this because my husband thinks that I'm losing it, and maybe putting it down will help me figure out what actually happened. Or, at the very least, maybe there's somebody else that has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. Last October, we went camping at Cloudland Canyon State Park in the northwest corner of Georgia, right on the edge of Lookout Mountain. It was supposed to be a quick weekend trip. We'd been talking about getting away from Atlanta for months, and my coworker had recommended this place. She said the fall colors were incredible and the trails were challenging but manageable. We got there on a Friday afternoon, I think maybe somewhere around 1. The park has developed camping areas with bathrooms and water hookups, but we were looking for something a little bit more remote. There's a backcountry camping area about 3 miles or so from the main campground, accessible only by hiking trail. You need a permit, and they do limit it to a few sites, but we had reserved one, and we were site number 4. The hike in was absolutely gorgeous. The trail follows the canyon rim, and you get these views of the valley below, where you can see the layers of rock going down hundreds of feet. It was late afternoon when we started, and the light was hitting the trees at that perfect angle where everything looks golden. We got to the backcountry area around 6. There are 5 sites total, each one separated by enough distance that you can't really see the other campers unless you're walking between sites. We passed Site 1 and 2 on the way in. Both of them were empty. Site 3 looked occupied, but I didn't see anybody around and figured they were out on a hike or something. Site 4 was perfect. There was a flat clearing, a fire ring, bare cables for hanging your food. We set up the tent and got a fire going before it got dark. We made dinner and had some whiskey, and we were just talking about nothing important. It was exactly what we needed. Around 10, we heard someone screaming. It was a really weird scream, though. It wasn't like a startled scream like somebody had been scared, but it wasn't like somebody was hurt either. It sounded like somebody was standing in the woods, just beyond our firelight, doing a high-pitched shriek that went on for maybe 5 seconds, stopped, and then started again. It literally sounded like there was somebody in the woods just standing in place, screaming, waiting a beat, and then doing it again. Almost like they were practicing for a role or something. My husband Dave grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward where the sound was coming from, but there was nothing there other than the trees. The screaming stopped. We waited. There were about 2 minutes of complete silence. And then it happened again, but this time it was coming from a completely different direction, behind us, and it seemed like from deeper in the woods. Dave called out and asked if anybody needed help, but we didn't get a response. Just that shriek starting up again from yet another spot, this time to our left. I grew up in rural Tennessee, and I know what foxes sound like. I know bobcats and owls and coyotes and every other animal that makes weird noises at night. And this wasn't any of those. It was definitely coming from something with lungs. You could hear the breath behind it, and it was moving. Each time it started up again, it came from somewhere new, like whatever was making the sound was circling our campsite. We let the fire die down and went into the tent. Dave wanted to pack up and hike out, but I talked him out of it. 3 miles on an unfamiliar trail in complete darkness seemed a lot more dangerous than waiting until morning. We didn't sleep, though. We just laid there, listening, looking at each other. Around midnight, the screaming stopped, and we heard footsteps. Something was walking around our tent. They were not trying to be quiet about it either. They were just walking in circles, maybe 10 feet away. The rhythm of the steps was off. It was like when you try to walk normally after you sprained your ankle, but you can't quite get the pattern right. Like step, step, drag, step, step, drag, over and over. And then it stopped at the entrance of our tent. I am not exaggerating when I say that we could hear breathing on the other side of the fabric. It was this wet, heavy, moist breath like someone had just sprinted a mile. Dave had his hunting knife out. I had my hand on the bear spray. Neither of us moved. The breathing continued for, maybe 3 minutes, and then whatever it was walked away. We heard the footsteps getting more distant, that same off-rhythm pattern, until finally we couldn't hear them anymore. We stayed in the tent until first light. We never said a word to each other. When the sun came up, we packed everything as fast as we could and started our hike out. We didn't even stop at the ranger station. We didn't report anything. We just got in the car and drove home. But here's the part that made me want to write this down. 2 days later, I got a call from an unknown number. Not an unknown number like it said unknown, but just I didn't recognize the number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick it up. It was a woman. She said her name was Angela, and she said she was calling because she had been camping at Cloudland Canyon over the weekend. She said she was in Site 3. I asked how she got my number. She said that she had asked the rangers who had been camping at Site 4, and they'd given her my contact information from the permit. I still kind of find that hard to believe, but I don't really have another explanation. One way or another, though, she got my number. Then she asked if we had heard anything strange on Friday night. I told her that we'd heard screaming and about the footsteps and everything. I was expecting her to say she had heard the same thing. Instead, she got really quiet. And then she asked me what time we'd heard the footsteps. I said, around midnight, I think. She told me that at midnight, on Friday, she'd been walking back to her campsite from the bathroom area. She said that she had seen somebody standing at the edge of Site 4, just standing there in the darkness, facing our tent. She said she called out asking if everything was okay, and the figure had turned to look at her but didn't say anything. It just stared at her for a few seconds and then walked into the woods. I asked her what the person looked like. She said that's why she was calling, because it hadn't looked like a person exactly. The proportions were wrong. The arms were super long. And when it walked away, the movement was really weird, like it was having trouble coordinating its legs. She said she'd gone back to her tent and packed up immediately. She hiked out with a headlamp at 1 a.m. because she didn't want to stay there. I asked if she had reported it to the rangers, and she said that she had. They told her it was probably just another camper, but she knew what she had seen and it was not a person. We talked for maybe 20 minutes. She wanted to know if I thought we should report it together, make more noise about it. I told her I didn't really know what we'd even report, that we saw something that didn't look quite human, that we heard screaming and footsteps. She seemed disappointed, but she understood. We agreed to stay in touch if either of us heard anything else about the area. I didn't hear from her again, until last week. She sent me an email with a link to a news article. A hiker had gone missing at Cloudland Canyon in December. A guy in his 30s who'd gone out for a day hike and never come back. They'd found his car at the trailhead, but no sign of him. The search had been called off after 2 weeks or so. The article mentioned that other hikers had reported hearing strange screaming sounds in the backcountry area during the same time period. Angela's email just said, "Same area. Thought you should know." I looked up Cloudland Canyon after that, started going through the forums and hiking sites. I found a few mentions of weird sounds. One person said they heard what they thought was a woman crying near the backcountry sites, but when they investigated, nobody was there. Another person said that they saw something walking on the trail at dusk that looked human from a distance, but when they got closer, it ran off into the woods in a way that seemed unnatural. But there was one comment in particular that stuck with me. Someone had posted asking if anyone knew the Native American history of the area. Someone else responded saying the Cherokee had stories about the canyon, about things that lived in the deep places that could mimic human voices and appearance. They said the word they used translated roughly to skinwalker, but it wasn't exactly the same as the Navajo concept. I don't know if I believe that, but then again, I don't know what I believe. What I know is that something was at our campsite that night. Something that could scream and walk and breathe. Something that stood outside our tent and then stood at the edge of our camp staring at another hiker. I know that Angela saw the same thing I heard. I know that both of us left our trips earlier than we meant to, because we felt unsafe in a way that went well beyond normal camping concerns. And I know that a man disappeared from that same area a couple of months later. Dave absolutely refuses to talk about it. He says we heard a fox or a coyote, that Angela probably saw another camper, and that we're connecting unrelated events because our brains want to make patterns. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am losing it. But I keep thinking about those footsteps, that weird pattern. It was like someone was trying to walk like a human but didn't really know how or something. I don't really know how to describe it, but I'm not going back there. I don't care how beautiful the fall colors are. If anyone reading this has experienced anything similar in the area or knows more about the history, I'd really like to hear about it. I need to know if what we encountered was an isolated incident or if this kind of thing has been happening for a long time. Because right now, I don't really know what's worse. The idea that there's something in those woods that shouldn't exist, or the idea that it's been there all along, and we just happened to notice it. My students drew the same thing after the lights over Roswell, by Patricia H. I taught third grade at Mesa Elementary in Roswell, New Mexico for 16 years before retiring last spring. Yes, that Roswell. You get used to the alien tourism, the UFO museum, all that stuff. It's background noise. Most of us who live here don't think that much about it. What happened in my classroom in November of 2023 changed how I feel about that. I'm retired now, so I don't have to worry about sounding unprofessional or having parents question my judgment, so I'm just going to tell you what I saw. Obviously, I have changed the name of the school and some details to protect privacy. It started on a Tuesday night. There were lights over the northern part of the city. Lots of people saw them. Bright white lights moved in formation, completely silent, according to reports. They were visible for about 21 minutes before disappearing. The local news covered it. Kirtland Air Force Base out of Albuquerque put out a statement saying they had no aircraft in the area. The usual explanations got thrown around. Drones, satellites, and atmospheric phenomena. I didn't see the lights myself. I was home grading papers, and I didn't hear about it until the next morning when it was all over social media. I figured it would be a distraction in class, and I was right. Half my students were talking about it when they came in. Several said they had seen the lights from their houses. Wednesday went normally, otherwise. We did our regular lessons. The kids were excited, but not unusually so. Roswell kids grow up with UFO stuff everywhere. They're pretty desensitized to it. Thursday morning was when things got strange. I always start the day with free drawing time, while I take attendance and handle morning administrative stuff. The kids can draw whatever they want. It's usually a mix of things like cartoon characters, their pets, their families, random designs. Usually they can sit in different places too in the room, so it's not like they all sit next to each other. That Thursday, every single student in my class drew the same thing. I'm not exaggerating. All 22 of them. They drew tall, thin figures with large heads and big dark eyes. The classic gray alien shape. Some drawings were more detailed than others, depending on the kid's skill, but they were all fundamentally the same. Same proportions, same basic features. I noticed it as I walked around the room. At first, I thought a few of them had influenced each other, that maybe one kid started drawing an alien and other people copied it. They were all very focused on their own papers. Nobody was looking at anyone else's work. They were drawing independently and producing identical images. I stopped the drawing time early and asked what they were making. Almost all of them said the same thing. They looked as shocked as I was, by the way, that they had all drawn the same figures. They had dreamed about these figures the night before, they said. They described dreams where they were in their bedrooms, with these beings standing near their beds watching them. The beings didn't do anything threatening, they just stood there. The kids said that they couldn't move in the dreams or call out. They could only watch the figures watching them. 11 of the 22 students reported essentially the same dream. The other 11 had drawn the figures, but said they just felt like drawing them and didn't know why. I collected all the drawings. I still have them. I told the kids we would talk more about it later and moved on with the day's lessons. During lunch, I went to the teacher's lounge and mentioned it to a few other teachers. One of them, call her Sandra, taught 4th grade. She got a weird look on her face and pulled out her phone. She showed me photos that she had taken of her students' morning drawings. Same thing. Thin figures with large heads and very dark eyes. She'd had 14 students draw variations of the same image, and most of them reported dreams very similar to what my students had said. Sandra and I went to the principal during our planning period. We showed him the drawings and explained what the students had been saying. Perhaps I could have written this all off if it was just in my classroom. Maybe they did happen to see each other's papers or something when I wasn't looking. But 2 independent classrooms full of kids drawing the same thing? He looked uncomfortable. He said that he had heard from several parents that morning across grades who were concerned because their children had been talking about nightmares. He hadn't connected it to anything specific until we showed him the pattern. He made some calls. By the end of the day, we learned that teachers at 2 other completely different elementary schools in the district had reported similar situations. Large numbers of students were drawing the same figures and reporting the same types of dreams. This was now happening across multiple schools, with kids who had no contact with one another. The principal sent out a letter to parents that afternoon, very carefully worded, as you can imagine. It acknowledged that some students had experienced unsettling dreams following recent reports of unusual lights in the area. It suggested that media coverage and community discussion of the lights might have influenced susceptible children. It is recommended to limit exposure to news and social media about the incident. That kind of crap. That was the official explanation. Mass suggestion, heightened anxiety after seeing something unusual in the sky. Kids influence each other at school or through social media. Totally reasonable explanation. Except that my students drew those figures before school started on Thursday morning. Before they'd had a chance to really talk to each other about their dreams. Before they'd seen each other's drawings. And most didn't even have access to social media. Several of the younger ones didn't even know the lights had been in the news. I talked to a few parents individually over the following days, off-the-record conversations. One mother told me her daughter had woken up at around 3 a.m. on Wednesday, crying. She'd gone to the girls' room and found her sitting up in bed, staring at the corner. The girl said that there were people there. The mother couldn't see anything. She calmed her daughter down and stayed with her until she fell back asleep. Another parent said that his son had asked at breakfast Thursday morning whether the tall man with the big eyes was real or just a dream. The father had no idea what he was talking about. The dreams stopped after that weekend. The kids went back to normal. By the following week, most had completely forgotten about it. When I asked a few about the drawings casually, they looked at the pictures like they barely remembered making them. I taught until the end of the school year, and then I retired as planned. I didn't leave because of this incident, I had already made that decision, but it definitely reinforced my feeling that I was ready to be done. I don't know what to make of what happened. The rational explanations don't quite fit. The timing was too precise. The consistency was too exact. 22 children who spent the night in different houses across the city all dreamed about the same beings, and then independently drew them before they could have really influenced each other? And then multiple classrooms, multiple schools? I've lived in Roswell my whole life. I've rolled my eyes at the alien conspiracy theories more times than I can count. But I saw those drawings and I talked to those kids and parents. Something happened to them that week. I don't know what it was. I just know that the official explanation doesn't cover it. The Wrong Side of the Trace by Caleb R. I stopped going to the land between the lakes about 6 years ago. Most people around here just call it LBL. If you aren't local, you might know it from the ghost hunting shows talking about the beast of LBL, which is supposed to be some kind of werewolf. I don't buy into the wolf stuff. What I ran into wasn't a dog. It was something boring that turned terrifying. I grew up in Cadiz, so the recreation area was basically my backyard. It's a massive peninsula between Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley. The vibe there is weird, because the government forced everyone out in the 60s to build it. They flooded towns, they moved bodies, they left the foundations of the houses and the old roadbeds deep in the woods. You can be walking through thick brush and suddenly step onto a paved driveway that leads to nowhere. It was late November. The leaves were mostly down, which means visibility should have been good. I wasn't hunting. I was just looking to clear my head. I took my truck down the Trace, which is the main road running north to south through the park. I pulled off onto one of the gravel forestry roads near the Tennessee border side. I wanted to check out a spot on the map where an old cemetery was supposed to be. Not one of the maintained ones, one of the forgotten ones. I parked the truck at a trailhead that didn't look like it'd seen tires in months. I grabbed my day pack and a walking stick. The air was cold. I hiked in about 2 miles. The topography in LBL is deceptive. It looks flat from the road, but it's full of ravines and limestone ridges. I found the area where the cemetery was supposed to be. There were no headstones, just sunken depressions in the earth arranged in rows. It's a grim sight. It reminds you that people lived here and died here before the government turned it into a campground. I sat on a downed log to drink some water, and that's when the silence hit. Usually, the woods are noisy. There's squirrels rustling and birds and the wind and the few remaining leaves. But this was dead air. I think people call it the Oz effect. It felt like walking into a room where 2 people had just stopped fighting. I checked my watch. It was only 2:30 p.m., so plenty of light. I started walking back toward the truck, but I decided to cut across a ridge to save time. This was a mistake. I stepped over a rotting log and I heard a snap behind me. I stopped. The snap echoed. I waited for a little bit, but nothing else happened. I took another step. The sound came from behind me again. This was not an echo. An echo is instantaneous. This was delayed by maybe half a second. It sounded exactly like my boot hitting the dry leaves. The weight was the same and the cadence was too. I stood still for a solid minute. My heart started doing that heavy thumping thing in my throat. I told myself it was just a deer stalking me. Deer are curious. They'll follow you sometimes. I took 3 quick steps. The sound behind me matched it perfectly, but the delay was gone. It was synchronized now. I spun around. The woods were gray and brown, vertical lines of tree trunks. Nothing moved. I scanned the gaps between the oaks. I looked for the horizontal shape of an animal, but I didn't see anything. "Hello?" I called out. "Hello?" a voice said back. It wasn't an echo. It was my voice, like a recording. It had the same exact pitch and hesitation and upward inflection at the end. But it didn't come from the woods behind me. This time, it came from directly above me. I looked up. There was nothing in the canopy. My stomach dropped, and I got that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. The kind that signals immediate danger. I started walking fast. I knew that if I ran, whatever this was would chase me. I kept my eyes forward, navigating the uneven ground. The footsteps were right on my heels now. They sounded heavier than me, and it didn't sound like boots anymore. It sounded like bare feet slapping against hard dirt. I reached a small creek bed. I had to slide down the embankment. My boots skidded on the mud. Behind me, I heard another skid, but it sounded wet and sloppy, like something large dragging itself through the slush. I scrambled up the other side of the ravine. I was breathing hard. I risked a glance over my shoulder. At the top of the ridge I had just ascended, there was a tree. A white oak. It looked normal for a second, but then I realized the proportions were wrong. The trunk split about 7 feet up, but the split wasn't wood. It was legs. It was standing perfectly still, blending in with the bark. It was way taller than I thought, maybe 8 or 9 feet. The legs were gray and thin, and they looked just like the surrounding timber. The upper body was indistinct, just a mass of gray that looked like a burl on the wood, but it had a face. It was just a flat, pale surface. There wasn't a nose or a mouth, but there were 2 dark spots where eyes should be. It was looking at the sky. And then it opened its mouth. "Hello?" it said. It was my voice again, but this time it was distorted, like somebody was playing it through a blown-out speaker. I didn't care about anything anymore. I ran. I tore through the briars. The thorns ripped my jeans and cut my hands, but I couldn't even feel it at the time. I just pumped my arms and legs, focusing on the flash of white gravel that would signal the road. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind me. It wasn't mimicking me anymore. It was moving with a terrifying, chaotic rhythm. It sounded like branches breaking and heavy thuds. This thing was fast. I saw the gravel road. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted toward my truck. I fumbled for my keys and dropped them. And then I screamed. I actually screamed. I scrambled for the keys and snatched them up and jammed the fob into the door lock. I threw myself into the cab and locked the doors. I looked out the driver's side window. The tree line was empty. The crashing had stopped, and the silence was back. I started the engine and threw it into reverse. I backed out of that spot so fast, I almost put the truck in a ditch. I hammered the gas and didn't let up until I hit the paved surface of the trace. I drove all the way to Golden Pond, the visitor center, before I slowed down. I sat in the parking lot for an hour, just watching the other cars. Normal people, families on vacation. I watched a guy checking the air pressure on his camper tires. It felt weird to see normal life happening when I had just been hunted by a tree that spoke with my voice. I drove home. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell my buddies. I thought that was the end of it. But 2 days later, I was in my garage. I was organizing my tool bench. I had the garage door open, and it was maybe 9 p.m. at night. I live in a subdivision, so we have neighbors and streetlights. It's not the middle of the woods or anything. I dropped a wrench. It hit the concrete with a loud clang. From the backyard, from the darkness beyond the fence, I heard the exact same sound, with the same resonance, but delayed. I hit the button to close the garage door and stood there watching the gap at the bottom close. Just before the seal hit the concrete, I heard one more thing. Hello? It wasn't my voice this time. It sounded like a child, a little girl, and then it giggled. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't even go into my own backyard after dark. I put floodlights on every corner of my house and told my wife it was just for security, and she seemed to accept that. My electric bill is through the roof, but asked me if I care. I think it followed me home. Or maybe it was already here, who knows. I tried to convince myself that last one was just a neighbor kid messing around. But the sound came from the drainage ditch behind my lock. There are no kids that play back there. It's full of kudzu and snakes. Sometimes when I'm in the shower, I hear the water turn off before I actually turn the handle. Just for a split second. The sound cuts out, and then the water stops, like it's anticipating me. I checked the maps again yesterday. The place where I parked in LBL, that old road bed, well, I looked up the history. There was a homestead there back in the 1920s. It burned down. The records say that the family was never found. I don't know what that thing is. I don't think it's a ghost. Ghosts are dead people, right? But this thing felt like it was a part of the biology of the woods. Like a species we just haven't classified yet, because it knows how to hide too well. I'm moving next month. We're moving out to Arizona, somewhere with no trees, somewhere flat. If I hear an echo in the desert, well, at least I'll be able to see what's making it. If you do go to LBL, stay on the pavement. If you hear your own footsteps when you stop walking, don't look back. Just leave. Christmas lights over US 95. A few years back, I was driving through Nevada on Christmas Eve because I'm bad at planning and thought it would be smart to move states in the middle of the holidays. I was on US 95, headed toward Tonopah, which, if you haven't driven it, it's basically a long, empty strip where nothing happens, except your brain getting weird from all the darkness. It was late, around 10 or so, and traffic was non-existent. I'd left Fallon later than I should have, and by the time I hit the open stretch, the radio wasn't picking up anything but garbage. I shut it off and figured I would just focus on driving. At first, it was kind of peaceful. The heater was humming, the desert was cold outside, Christmas vibes in the loosest possible sense. And then I noticed a light in the sky ahead of me. I thought it was a plane at first. Just one bright white light, not moving much. Totally normal for out there. That part of Nevada has military stuff all over the place, so the sky gets weird sometimes. But after a few minutes, I realized it wasn't behaving like anything I'd ever seen before. It wasn't drifting or blinking. It just kind of hung out there above the highway like it was waiting for something. I figured I was overtired and just ignored it. Then the radio turned itself back on. It was full static, louder than I'd ever had it. Scared the hell out of me. I turned it off again, but I had a real jumpy feeling after that, like something was paying attention to the car. A few seconds later, the light blinked out. Just poof, gone. I stared at the sky waiting for it to come back, and sure enough it did. Only now it showed up way lower and to the left, almost level with the hills. That was the moment when my stomach dropped a little bit. It started moving in ways that didn't really look like normal aircraft movement. Instead of the slow arc of a plane or the steady climb of a helicopter, it slid sideways and then up, then down. The motions were sharp and controlled, almost mechanical, but not in any way that made sense, like whoever was driving it was bored and dragging it around. I was still trying to explain it away when my dashboard lights went out. Not the headlights, thankfully, those stayed on, but everything inside went black at the exact same second. The gauges, the backlight, even the USB charger quit. The engine was still there, but the car suddenly felt like it was floating through the dark instead of driving. The radio, which I had turned off, clicked on again by itself, blasting static. Under the static, I heard something else, some kind of pulsing sound. It wasn't a voice, I didn't really hear words. It was just this steady wave of noise that didn't really match anything mechanical. The light in the sky stopped moving and held position. It stayed at the same distance from me no matter how much I slowed down. I had the weird sense that it was pacing me. This went on long enough that I started counting mile markers just to make sure I wasn't losing time. I've read enough weird desert stories to know that missing time is never a good sign. I saw a gas station sign up ahead right when I needed it. It was so sudden it almost felt like it appeared out of nowhere. I mean, it didn't literally pop into existence or anything, but I should have seen the glow way earlier than I did. Instead, it was just suddenly there in the dark. The second that sign came into view, the light shot straight up, like a perfect vertical line, way too fast for anything I know about. It got smaller and smaller, and then disappeared. My dashboard lights came back instantly. The radio shut off and stayed off, thankfully. The air in the car went back to normal, and my shoulders unclenched. I didn't even know I had clenched them. I pulled into the gas station, mostly to get my head together. It was one of those old run-down places with 2 pumps and a flickering neon open sign. I don't think I saw another car there, but I remembered a beat-up pickup on the far side of the lot, which might be a false memory, but I don't know. Inside, the clerk didn't act like anything was strange, didn't comment on me looking freaked out. He just rang me up, while some old Christmas movie played on a tiny TV behind him. Right as I turned to leave, he looked at the windows and said, almost to himself, "Quiet out there tonight." No idea what he meant by that. When I got back in the car, I checked my phone. It said a little after midnight, which didn't really line up cleanly with how long that stretch should have taken. But hey, maybe I misjudged the distance. Hard to say. My brain was a little scrambled. I drove to Tonopah with the radio off and the lights on high beams. No more weird sky stuff, thankfully, and my car electronics acted normally. Just desert and silence once again. But here's a part of it that really bugs me. So I tried to find that gas station on Google Maps the next day, and I couldn't. There are stations along that road, sure, but nothing exactly where I swear this one was. And the one closest to where this one was way more modern looking. not the old half-dead one like the one that I pulled into. I'm not saying I slipped into another dimension or anything. I'm not even saying it was aliens, but whatever was in the sky that night was not a plane or a helicopter, and the way my car reacted wasn't normal. Oh, and if you're gonna say it was drones, this was a while ago, so not everybody had drones like they do now, and it was too big to be one. Also, when's the last time your drone turned your internal car mechanics off? Yeah, I don't think it was that either. All I know is I don't drive that road at night anymore. Daytime is fine. Beautiful even. But Christmas Eve on US 95? Yeah, absolutely not doing that again.